Hello. Enchanté. Oh, hey there, nerds. Oh, hey there, nerds. What's up, you glorious Tyrannosauri? How's it going, buddies? CBD. That's my nickname. That's what they call me after hours. That's a member-only show, you know what I mean? What's shaking with you? I have arrived. You've arrived too, Ghost Ninja. Welcome. Also, Omega. How's it going, Omega? Gobsmacked. How are you? Verpal, good to see you. Joey. Tom. Sean. We have an angelic hell. You're back again. Welcome, welcome. What's up, Wombat? What's up, Greenbrier? What's up, Box of the Breaker? That's a cool name. What strange inspiration did that spark from, I wonder? Crocs Dodge. I was worried you wouldn't make it, but I'm glad you did. Hello, Brufus. How's it going? Hello, Brufus. Oh, we have a pretty fun show ahead of us tonight, friends. A pretty fun show indeed, I think. I'm not 100% positive. You never really know with these things, you know? Could be a bunch of fucking gobbledygook. But we're gonna try. We're gonna see what we can do. I got faith in us. Do you have faith in us? I hope so. I have faith in you. Anyway, welcome. Welcome to the show, friends. My name is CinderBlocksally. Oh, yes, it is. Believe it or not. And I am here to tell you one important thing. Hi. Mr. Scratch, thanks for the subscribe. Anyway, hi, guys. Hi. Today we're doing a call-in show. Ooh. 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 A call-in show. Now, if you want to ask your questions in the chat, I'm happy to answer them there too. Don't get me wrong. I'm all about that chat support. That being said, also Indecisive DM Aaron, thank you for the resub. That being said, if you want to call in, the way you do that, and I think it's set up in the chat commands, Twitch, tell me if it's not, but I think if you do the command call, it should tell you how to do it. Yep, there you go, it does. And there's a waiting room queue. There's a line. So you can actually see where you are in the line. So you don't have to just worry and wonder aimlessly about. Does that sound good? I hope it sounds good. Sounds good to me. You have a question related to... What do you have a question related to? Your next D&D campaign. Yeah, I'm willing to query your question. Yeah, so there's a queue now, basically, so you guys don't have to wait forever. Isn't that nice? Isn't that glorious? That's why I started the stream a little late, because I was frustratingly trying to get it working. And if you want to see the queue, it is in the Discord. There's a channel for it. That just is called Queue Room, Waiting Room Queue, and you can see it. You can see the whole queue. Isn't that nice? Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that lovely? Nope. Yes. So welcome to the show, friends. It's good to see all of you. Ooh, you like my call? Why am I shorter in the call-in? Anyway, do you like the little banner on the bottom? Aren't I so fancy? I asked this one in one of your shorts, but is there a way to have a functioning Gundam suit in D&D as close to raw as possible? No. Not really. Unless you want it to be I guess I'd say if you don't want to be the armorer artificer, I'd say there's two ways. One would be to be a giant barbarian, Path of the Giant Barbarian, where every time you rage, you get to be big. And then at later levels, Path of the Giant Barbarians can infuse their items with, like, magical energy and throw them. So that could sort of represent you shooting, like, energy blasts from your Gundam. But you're not going to be really, really big unless somebody else casts Enlarge on you after you already enlarge. So you could become really big, but it would require teamwork to make that happen. The other way to do it would be to be a Rune Knight, who can also get real big. But again, not giant big, just regular big. And then they get different powers depending on what type of giant they connect with. They're both giant-focused subclasses. So I would say the best way to do it would probably be to go Path of the Giant or Rune Knight. Although the more that I think about it, the more that I like Path of the Giant for it. Because the reflavoring of launching your weapon that's infused with magical energy as you, like, blasting a Gundam blaster, I think is really cool. So I would do that. But yes, you can cast Enlarge Reduce on a creature after they are enlarged through other things. It's very specific in the way that it's written. So, for example, the Path of the Giant Barbarian and the Rune Knight both say you become large-sized. They don't say you get bigger, they say you become large-sized. But the spell Enlarge Reduce says you get one size category bigger. So that's the way it can stack. Make sense? Yeah, now you're thinking with portals. Timing matters with combos because of the very precise language of D&D features. Which is good or bad depending on how much you like the nuance of the game, I suppose. Or like that aspect of the nuance. Hi Sally, I'm planning my next campaign and I want to run one with a variant encumbrance and altered gritty realism. The catch is that the game will center on diving into a single dungeon with multiple layers. They'll need to pack supplies and become cognizant, blah, 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 blah. That's a really long message, just so long it got cut off. But I'll tell you what, gritty realism games can be a lot of fun. I have not run one. They are not the type of games that I like to run. They are also not the types of games my players like to play. My players also are all old people who don't have that much time, so they just want to, like, smash stuff and feel like superheroes. You did not miss much, Buildo. Don't worry. Hello from Switzerland. Colin, I want to go. Can I visit you? I've talked about this on stream before. Switzerland is one of those countries that I really want to go to at some point. I think Switzerland would be hella fun to visit. I think it would be a good time. Everyone would be 100 feet taller than me and beautiful. Oh my god. Can you imagine? I would just be the fun little gnome running around. Oh, it'd be so much fun. Hey, Cinder, what do you think of PvP in D&D? Which edition is better for it? I don't love it. I have never had an experience with it outside of little gimmick moments where it's been a successful time. Because there is a lot of imbalance in the game design when you take the different classes and you smush them against each other, because they're really not designed to be smushed against each other. It can be fun, but I would say small bouts. I would not make it a key part of the campaign, and I probably would try to do it in a situation where there weren't huge stakes outside of story stakes. you know, make it like training or, you know, only in a really intense emotional moment, but because some classes are just gonna mop the floor with others, and it can be, and the game is more interesting when the players are combining combinations of powers, in my very specific opinion, which you're more than welcome to also disagree with. I need to make a map. How do I make memorable, unique sections? I think the most important thing with a map is to make it tell a bit of a story. You know? If you're going to make a map of a dungeon, have it so the rooms aren't just sort of interesting, but they sort of foreshadow themselves, you know? It's in the most basic way, the simplest version of this is have the characters go into a room that is full of these, like, statues of different warriors in, like, weird positions. Some of them are kind of broken. And then later on, have them encounter a basilisk. But have the dungeon... If you have the dungeon do environmental storytelling, and the players can use that environmental storytelling to their benefit, like, strategically, that is going to make your players really interested in the environment, regardless of how mundane or colorful or anything it is, because it's like it becomes like a part of the whole. It becomes a little bit more important, you know? I'm going to live off the kindness of strangers in Switzerland. That's what I'm just going to go because that's just the way I am. Because I'm cheap. Have you ever have a BBEG use mind control to force players to turn on their party? Yeah, I've done that once or twice. I wouldn't do it in a way that the players couldn't beat it. So the way that you would do it is you just have them cast Dominate Person. You know? That way the players can, like, break concentration, they could dispel magic, they could do all sorts of stuff to make that end. Or tie it to, like, a machine or, like, an object that can be smashed. I think it doesn't matter if it's not fun if you do it for, like, 2 rounds. Because it might not be fun for those 2 rounds, but it's going to be really, really memorable. So I don't think you need to do it. I don't think you need to worry too much about it, so long as you don't have, like, a really salty player. That's just, like, a really, like, a player. Because I have some players like that, where they get a little I got so many tips. I got every single one of my fingers is a tip. So if you're just getting here now, just so you know, the way the stream is going to work tonight is I'm going to be taking calls till around 9:30, 9:40, and answering your questions here in the chat as well. If you want to call in with a question, all you got to do is join the Discord, go into the stream waiting room, and you will be added to the queue. And you can see the queue in the waiting room queue. So there's a whole little lovely setup to make that easier to manage. Or you can ask questions here if you don't want to talk to me as a human flesh vessel, which I appreciate because you guys are gross. Hey, Cinder, I was planning to make an armorer artificer. Was wondering if you had any race recommendations. I really like the idea. I think it's really funny to be something that's small, to be a small race in D&D, but to have it so when you're wearing your armor, you're medium-sized. So it's like you ride inside it like a little robot that you control. That's one of my favorite ways to flavor the armorer artificer armor. Autonome could also be fun. It's like you're just, like, plugging in your larger arms and stuff, or you're like a transformer. I also like Plasmoid, because if you mix the Plasmoid with the armorer artificer, you could kind of reflavor it to be like you are a sentient ooze that is, like, holding together garbage, you know? And a lot of artificer spells have a lot of slimy vibe to them. So you could really go far in a different direction than actually being an artificer and just be like ooze full of garbage, which would be a lot of fun, I think. Hi, Western Narc. How's it going? Oh, metal slime could also be cool. I don't know why I immediately jumped to garbage. I guess metal slime would be cooler. But for me, I think garbage would be cooler. But that's just for the character that I want to play. I don't want to be chic and badass. I want to be weird and scraggly. You know? I haven't answered your question. I didn't know what your question was. I missed it. I don't see it. I'm scrolling up in the chat. What can I do for weapons in a sci-fi setting? There's a lot of things you can do for weapons in a sci-fi setting. You could have... I think the best... This is what I did. This is not something that I did not make up. There's a company called Mage Hand Press who has a book called Dark Matter, which is my absolute favorite D&D book for running a sci-fi setting. It has everything from weapon mechanics, a bunch of new spells, a bunch of new subclasses, I think a couple new classes, a bunch of new races, a whole thing for spaceships and designing planets, and a whole alternative history that ties all the D&D races into a sci-fi setting, like ready to go. And it's just great. I would just buy that book. It's called Dark Matter. But if you don't want to buy that book, the way they do laser guns is all laser guns do necrotic or radiant damage, and then they have like heat guns that do fire damage, and they do more damage die, but you don't add the modifier. So for example, a laser gun might do 2d4 radiant damage, but you don't add your dexterity to that. So it's more dice, but you don't add the modifier to the damage. And most of them have either ammunition or the ability to overheat or something that somehow limits them a little bit. Except for, I think, there's some that I think that are intended not to be limited, but that's the way I would do it. A power sword is just a flame tongue blade. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. All right, we're gonna start pulling a couple people. I'm gonna grab Dice Admiral first. Do you have any, or I'm gonna get distracted by chat. Do you have any advice on how to start a session and get into the role-playing mode? This is a question that I get asked, I think, 4 to 5 times every single one of these. The best way to get players to roleplay if they don't like or know how to roleplay is one of 2 ways. Have a strange and goofy character, meet them and talk to them, and talk in character to them, like, oh, hello there, I am Bumblebee Haverflats, what's your name? Or, if your players don't want to do voices, or you're going for a little bit more emotional, serious roleplay, then at a moment of downtime, take a moment and take a beat and ask your players to go in a circle and say what their characters are thinking about. Because the most important part of role-playing, before you do anything else, is thinking about what your character is thinking about. So if they talk about that, they'll start thinking about that. All right, let's grab Dice Admiral. Dice Admiral was first. There is a queue you guys can see. It's called Waiting Room Queue. Let me grab Dice Admiral. How do I move you? There you go. Oh, that's Buildo. Hi, Buildo. I clicked the wrong guy. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Oh man, I'm doing pretty good. I'm so glad we got this queue worked. I'm sorry I clicked the wrong person.
That's hilarious. I literally was just testing to see if it took people out of the queue when you like left and joined and left and joined. So it seems to be working great.
Cool. Nice. High five. Also, you asked me earlier if you should buy Helldivers 2, and I can't say yes or no, but I will say it is the most I have like thought about and wanted to and been like, oh man, I can't wait to play a video game that I've been playing since Baldur's Gate 3. It's very different, but it is fun.
I was playing it on Family Share and immediately was like, oh, this runs. I'm buying it for sure. So I already picked it up. I'm like level 5 now.
Cool. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, I'll talk to you later.
I do have a question before you go.
Yeah, sure.
This is my responsibility to come on here. Hey, do you play any actual plays? Maybe some place where we could listen to a podcast?
I am. I'm in a podcast called Unbalanced Encounters. You can listen to it anywhere podcasts are given away for free because they're not sold. Unbalanced Encounters. I play a big robot named Guard.
And do you have like a Patreon or something where we could support you?
Yeah, I have a Patreon. It's linked in the video description in YouTube, and it's also, you could type command Patreon in Twitch. if you want to give me money. But you don't have to give me money. That's okay. I don't need that. I mean, I like that money. It helps me pay for food. But I don't need it all the time. I only need it if you can give it.
That's amazing. Well, you better get Dice Admiral in here. I
All
love
right.
you.
Love you too. Bye. All right. That was Buildo, one of my glorious mods. Let me grab Dice Admiral now. That was funny. Okay, I think I pulled the right person this time.
Sounds like it.
How's it going, buddy?
Yeah, it's going pretty well.
What can I do for you today?
I have an idea that I wanted to run past you, but just briefly, last time you suggested this very interesting idea for the party wanted to negotiate with the vampire.
Yeah.
They didn't care. They just left him there.
Oh,
Left out the
sweet.
house,
That's
and
so
then-
funny.
And then, well, then they let him out anyway. And
Oh,
they didn't
okay.
even know.
Okay.
They're like, oh, what if we want to talk to him later? Let's just take the coffin with us. So they let him out and didn't even know it. It's going to be great. But I had all that stuff prepared. I took a bunch of notes based on stuff you said.
Mhm.
Didn't matter. But that's one of my favorite things about DMing is when the players do something totally otherwise. But I'm trying to set up for today. I have a scenario coming up. And my concept for it was going to be an encounter. But the idea is one of the party members is basically possessed. So it's going to be a two-side encounter. Part of it would be that the players would join him, like in his own mind, fighting off some sort of demon creature thing that's possessing him.
Mhm.
But also there's something happening in the physical world at the same time. Somebody trying to like stop the ritual or spell, right?
Mhm.
So it's kind of a mindscape and real world at the same time kind of fight. And I've done this once before, but it was kind of annoying the way that I did it. And I don't know if you've done something similar, if you have thoughts, because my initial thoughts are like, you have to resolve all the questions of if which battlefield am I on? And if I'm on one, then I'm not participating in the other. And you've basically split the party. And if I'm on both, then like you're juggling resources between two. And like some of that gets weird. Yeah, just, I haven't fully fleshed out the idea, but
Okay, wait.
my
So the
picture of
idea
it
is there's a player that's
Go ahead.
dealing with something in his brain, and people are gonna teleport into his dream to help him fight. But there's also something happening in the real world.
Yeah, that's the concept.
Okay. My first question is: are either things affecting each other in any way, or no?
I think it would make sense for real world stuff to affect the mind battle, but not necessarily the other way around. Right? Like, so if the guy who's having the dream, right?
Mhm.
Someone comes up and stabs him, that's going to cause some problems for everybody who's, floating around in his brain.
Is he like in a bed?
I haven't got to that level of detail yet, but I was kind of imagining he'd be like laying on like an altar, right? And these priests are going to be helping him and they'll be doing a ritual. Maybe if they get stabbed, it gets interrupted, things like that. The Zentarum is trying to stop it.
How many players is in this group?
4.
Here's what I would do if I were you.
They're level 7, if that matters.
If I was gonna run something like that, I would probably split the party. I would probably create a situation where 2 of the players would go into the mind and 2 of them would stay in the room. And I would present it both from in-game, but also in the way that I built it, as it would make sense for certain types of characters to do certain things. So, for example, maybe the magical characters would have more of an impact in the dream world than the physical ones, or than the martial ones. And literally design the encounters, because you're splitting the party, design the encounters so they're hard, but they are easier for those types of characters. So, for example, if it was going to be, a barbarian and a fighter staying out, make it an encounter where they're just attacked by a bunch of tiny goons, and they just get to utterly eviscerate a bunch of little dudes. And it's hard, but it's hard because there's a lot of little dudes. And if it's in the Mind Palace, let them do like a spell battle with some spirit thing. So letting it be harder, but it's harder because their numbers are split, but toning the combat so that each group of players feels particularly powerful. And also so that it kind of makes sense that they should split the party and how they should split the party. Like, the priest could literally be like, oh, your mind powers will be enhanced in the dream space, and we're about to be attacked by 100 goblins that are immune to magic. I wouldn't say that exactly, but you could say something like that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Basically, force the split so that I can design the encounters better.
I would say if you don't want to force the split, then I might not give the option. I might just have it be protect the body of this guy while the priests work on his brain. Because I wouldn't want to, in the moment, have to, unless you want to plan 3 different encounters, which you could do if you want. Because the other option is, to plan a split, or to plan, actually 4, right? Because it would be plan a split, plan they all stay out, plan they all go in, and plan 1 goes in. Because that would be probably the different things that would happen, which I feel like would be too much work. I wouldn't want to do that much work. So I would just make a choice, and I would really push them in a direction. And you could push them through the world building and the NPCs, right? You could literally have in the room of the altar, there could be like 2 big crystals. And it's like, we use the crystals to send people into the mines, so 2 of you can go in. It's like, why? I don't know, because there's 2 crystals, that's why. But it's still part of the world. So I'd go in that direction.
That makes sense. So just intentionally split it, put them on different maps, and then make it unclear what's happening on one of them to the other, because they're just not there. Right?
Yeah. Literally, it's like we have to accomplish our mission so that person can accomplish their mission, and we're just hoping that they are.
Okay.
These 2 guys got to go into the brain to kill the demon, and we have to hold the outside demons out long enough to keep the priests alive to protect the ritual or whatever. So everyone's like a little bit on like it's almost like everyone's doing like wave. It's like the outside people are doing like wave defense, and the inside people are doing like a boss battle.
Okay. Yeah, I like that as a different idea.
But I also don't think you need to do that. I think you could just unless you're really excited by the idea of some of them splitting, going into the brain, and some of them not. If you're excited by it, do that. If you're not excited by it, there's no reason to even have to do it. Like, you don't need to give the option.
Just, you guys can't go. You can't do this.
Well, why would they be? Why would you assume that you could go into someone's brain to fight a demon in their head?
I don't think the players are assuming it. I think it was an idea that I liked.
Then if you like it, okay, I wasn't sure where that was coming from. Okay, I mean, if you like it, then I would either decide to force the party split or decide to force the party all into the brain.
I think part of it is that it would be like, I had a chat with the player who's kind of possessed and got a kind of a description of what he thinks his mindscape looks like. So it'd be a literal chance for other people to kind of look around.
Why would you not have them all go in?
I mean, I could do that too.
I just don't understand why. I guess, but like, is there a reason why you don't? Because I'm not sure what you want.
Yeah, that's a fair question. I guess I was trying to make it an interesting choice for them about what they wanted to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they all go in...
Well, if you make it choices, then you just have to plan for those choices to happen.
Right. I mean, this is sort of... I didn't have the idea super fleshed out, and I was kind of hoping to figure it out while I was talking to you. But like, the initial version that I had is that they would have sort of a both places, right? Like, they'd project an avatar into the dreamscape and then have a physical version, and every turn they have to decide which one they're doing.
You could do that too, but that's running 2 completely separate combat encounters next to each other.
Yeah. I mean, I've done similar things to both of them, but if
you like that idea, then go for it. I don't think I would have I don't think my players or I would have the brain to do that. So if I was going to do it, I would just make them half you go in, half you go out, or you all go in, because that would just be easier for me to run in a way that I think would be focused, and I would spend less time needing to re-explain things to my players.
That's a good point.
But that's just me. That's me for my players. That might not be you for your players. Other people are a lot more situationally aware.
No, I think that makes sense. I think I might end up doing a split. I think there's a natural split too. It wouldn't be spellcasting, because I think the possessed player is a bard, but I think I'd send the monk in with him and let the fighter and the paladin.
Yeah, well, you know,
hang
there's
out
no right or
crack
wrong way
skulls.
to do it. Yeah. Cool.
Okay, yeah.
It's a cool idea. A lot of people in chat are saying the dream stuff should totally affect the real world. People seem really think the idea would be really cool if things did affect each other. So maybe that would be cool. But that, you know, take that for what you will. I'm just seeing it in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, as that idea is coming out, I'm thinking maybe there's a gateway, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like if they're not defending the gateway in the dream, then weird shit comes out of his brain.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got extra problems in the real world. And then maybe, you know, then that gives you the option to come out and fight it or whatever, right? Like back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
That could be interesting too.
Yeah,
I guess I'm gonna have to sketch these ideas out and see which one I like best.
Yeah. It's a fun idea. If I was gonna run it, I personally, I don't know what's going on in your game and your story, but I love the idea of splitting the party and having them fighting sort of the same fight, but being totally separate in different planes. That just sounds badass. It would be a little annoying to run for me unless I just because my players are dumb, but I would try because that would be cool.
You mean having the full party in both places at the same time?
No. Having like two people fighting in the Dreamscape while two people fight in the real world, but sort of like in the mirror versions, you know? I think that would be cool.
Other than having everyone together at the same time, I think that's the easiest to run.
Yeah,
I've actually done something kind of similar where we did a ship combat and one guy stayed. One group did a boarding action and another group was shooting cannonballs, so they were on like very different. One was on like a strategic layer, one was doing tactical stuff. It was pretty cool too.
That's very cool.
I guess it could work like that. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, and that is something I've done. So
cool.
I may end up doing that.
Cool. All right, buddy. Be good.
To whom bye.
Fuck you, piece of shit. that was Admiral Dice Admiral. Cinder, not sure how to call in, but I'm running my first D&D campaign soon. I'm wondering when I should start to put my players' backstories into the main campaign. Second question, if you have time, is it a bad idea to make a large character in a PC's backstory one of the campaign's BBEGs, or will put too much focus on the player? Answer to the first part, I think that it is sort of up to you and the players. I think that you should encourage your players to bring their backstory into the story also, because they should be talking about the things that matter to them from their past before you bring them up. And I'll tell you why. If all of the players know that the barbarian's grandma was a stormlord named Icebreaker, and she rode a dragon, and no one's seen her for 1,000 years, or I guess that wouldn't be your grandma, but no one's seen her for like 50 years, and they all thought she was dead. And the barbarian like talks about her a lot and talks about how he wishes he could meet her. And, you know, if she matters to the barbarian enough that he brings her up, then if you make her show up, it won't just be badass to the barbarian. It'll be badass to everybody. So that's sort of getting into the answer to question 2, which is the way you make having a person in somebody's backstory be a part of the whole campaign in a way that all the players can get invested is you have the barbarian. You have the players all start getting invested in each other's backstories. And the way that you do that is you get them talking about it. You try to bring those in. You encourage them to bring them to the forefront. Encourage your players to ask each other about their backstories. Encourage them to be a part of each other's backstories. You know, a great way to think about it would be like this: like, instead of saying I have to kill the dragon that killed my grandma, it's looking at the party and saying I need your help because I can't do this alone, and I need you. Then everybody's all, it's like, fuck yeah, buddy, let's kill that dragon. You know what I mean? It makes it group focused a little bit more, and I think that has a big impact. Hope that helps somewhat. Hey Cinder, my group is playing a modern age game. Ooh, I've never played a modern age game, but I've always wanted to. I have had characters travel to like a modern dimension in some of my planescape hopping stuff. They went to a place called the City of Glass and Steel. I am wondering if I should be able to transfer my Awakened Spellbook to a phone as an application and turn my Wizardly Quills into a stylus. If I was running a D&D game in the modern world and the wizard wanted his spellbook to be essentially, I don't know if a phone, I was thinking like a Kindle. I think that would be awesome, and I'd be super down. I'd be super down. That would be very fun. I would like to know how to make a dystopian world made up of every dimension shoved together by a being that's keeping them trapped. That's a very bold claim to want. That's a big thing to want to know. I would, if I were you, I would look up the City of Sigil. The City of Sigil in D&D is essentially what you want, but it's not post-apocalyptic. But it's everything else. I don't think there's a being that traps people there, but there is the Lady of Pain, who is like more powerful than gods and kind of runs it. But it is essentially a city that has a little bit of every dimension in it and doors that go to every dimension. And then you could I would read up on that, and then I would figure out what sort of apocalypse you would want that place to have. And then, start building the world post that apocalypse. That's what I would do. Hey, Cinder. How would a campaign where you kill your players and send them to hell to escape work? What would be a good story? I think the more important thing to say, the way to tell that story is there's not a right or wrong way to tell that story in terms of like the actual part of them in hell. I think the question that I would ask is, where do you want that story to start? Do you want to have them play like a couple levels as their characters and then have them go to hell and then have their characters need to figure out getting back from hell? Or would you want to have their characters start in hell and have what they were in the real world kind of all be like their secret past that they could decide if they wanted to share or reveal? And maybe part of the adventure would not just be about them getting out of hell, but like redeeming themselves from the things they've done, And that the things they've done would kind of be mysterious because they wouldn't have been adventuring together before they were in hell. So I'd probably do that just because it sounds more fun. What could kill the Lady of Pain? Too much comfort and coziness. A really, really good memory foam mattress. A Temperapedic. I think just about, I'll tell you what, the only paladin that I'd say probably wouldn't be good for a communist paladin would be the Conquest or the Crown. But just about any other one would be fine. Because it's just, what is a communist? They're just a person that has a different feeling about how the finances of a government should work. What's up? I've been kicking around a similar idea where my players start out as monsters and their first goal would be rebirthing themselves into PCs who could level up. That's cool, but I will also say, if I got to be a monster, I might just want to be a monster. That would be fun. I love monsters. I like monsters more than people a lot of the time. All right, speaking of monsters, let's get somebody else in here. We're going to grab Vimli. It's like Gimli with a V. Hello, Vimli. How's it going?
Welcome
Welcome to the show. What can I do for you today?
I was wondering about two questions mainly.
Sure.
But they are very related. I've recently started running a campaign for a few friends of mine as all of us as a first D&D experience.
Mm-hmm.
And we've now gotten to level 11, where we are in the Feywild, where
Cool.
I set up since one of my friends were a Paladin of the Ancients, a Ladrin. We decided that he was like some sort of like royalty or military high standing officer.
Sure.
And now, because I was reading a bit on the Archfey and the Eldest from the Pathfinder games, I thought of an Fey War could be really interesting with, for example, the I believe his name is the Prince of Frost taking over.
Sure, yeah. I love a Fey War. Fey Wars are awesome.
Yeah. But what I did notice was when scrolling through monster books, etc., there are very, very few powerful Fey. They are either low CR or they are Archfey. There is no, like, in between there, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to give you some... Are you looking for monsters?
Yes, or ideas on how to homebrew them.
Okay, I'm going to give you 2 ideas. One, if you're willing to spend some money, what you're going to do is you're going to buy a couple D&D books that aren't written by the D&D people. You're going to buy Kobold... You're going to buy some Kobold... There's a company called Kobold Press. These are D&D 5e, not Pathfinder, but you're going to buy a book called The Tome of Beasts. I think they just redid it with all new art. And you're going to buy the first one, and then you can decide you're either going to buy the second one or the third one, because they have 3. You definitely want the first one, and either the second or the third, or the book, The Creature Codex. Those are all monster books by them. Honestly, if you have money to spend, I would get all of them. They are better monster books than any of the D&D monster books. The monsters are harder. They are more interesting in terms of how they run mechanically. I will warn you that you should adjust your thought process of CR before you use them, because all of them are about 1 CR higher than they should, or lower than they should be, because they're all just way more intense than regular D&D monsters. Also, they are monsters that are not easy to just improv. You really want to read what they do before you throw them against the players, because a lot of them have a little bit of nuance to them, but they're very, very good. And the first one has like 15 different like Fey lords. So it has like the Queen of Night and Magic. It has basically all of the Arc Fey, quote unquote, but they're not all shockingly powerful. They're like between like CR, like I want to say like 14 and like 20, give or take. So they're very manageable to be like big bosses, but they also just have a bunch of different monsters, including a lot of Fey monsters, but also a lot of monsters that might not traditionally be Fey, but they are so weird that you could just make them Fey and no one would question you. In terms of making some Fey monsters, I think, or shifting some monsters to be Fey monsters, what I would look for is, the thing is, the Feywild has vibes to it, but it can also contain a lot of weird, kind of wacky stuff. Chandler, member, high five. So like you could, you know, most Fae, they're really good. They're really tricksy. They end up having a little bit of teleporting, a little bit of illusion stuff. They're harder to beguile themselves. So you could just like take those general ideas and like put them on a monster. You know, you could take a hill giant, for example, and a hill giant that could cast Misty Step and has resistance against charming and frightening. That's a scary hill giant, and it's very different feeling than a normal hill giant. It's not that different. It's just more magically wiggly and can teleport. So you could just like do a little bit of that, or there can just be stuff in the Feywild that you wouldn't like. I would look through the monster books you have, or the monsters you have access to, for monsters that you think are funny or crazy or wacky that you have never had the chance to use, and they could be in the Feywild. If you've watched the Critical Role cartoon show Vox Machina, when they go to the Feywild, they fight a bunch of oozes. That's not really a Feywild monster, but it really fits the aesthetic of that moment in their campaign, just because throughout the show so far, they really just fought like people and undead things. So an ooze felt really otherworldly, even though it might not in other campaigns. So I would also sort of base it off of what you've put in your campaign so far, and just find the weird stuff that you've been excited to use but just wouldn't fit because it's too weird.
All right, all right. Then I have two follow-up questions.
Shoot.
First of all, you mentioned the Tome of Beasts. What was the name of the other one? It was Tome of the...
There was Tome of Beasts, and then there was one called the Creature Codex.
Ah, Creature Codex. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just gonna write that down real quick.
Yeah, they're I use them in my home games. I use them more than I use the monster manuals.
All right, that's good to know. Second, I was due to playing Owlcat's Pathfinder games, I'm a bit familiar with their lore,
Mm-hmm.
and I was reading into Pathfinder a bit, and I saw, for example, the stories of Baba Yaga and how they took over the Lindorm King's lands was really interesting. I thought I could incorporate that.
Sure.
However, when I started looking at Pathfinder monsters, they were built very differently from D&D monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Any tips on how to convert them, or is that something you're not very familiar
From
with?
Pathfinder to D&D in general, I don't know how to play Pathfinder. I've played it 3 times, so
Okay.
I don't know how to do that.
All right. Well, it was worth a shot.
Yeah, no worries. All right, thank you very much for the call.
Yes. Thank you for your help.
All right, bye. Click. Dude, I fucking love Cobalt Press. I want them to work with me. I should reach out to them. Hey Cinder, I wanted to take up the mantle of GMing, so I started homebrewing my own continent campaign. Since August, it's been going well. I saw your short about the Bagman and loved the monster right away. Would it be a good idea to start my campaign level 2 with the party waking up in an abandoned little village surrounded by mist they can't escape until they work together to solve the Bagman nerfed maybe and defeat it? If you've never run a D&D game before, if that sounds fun for you and you want to try that, great. But what I would do is I would not open with that. Probably. I would probably open with something that was more traditional in D&D gameplay, just so the players and you could get a little familiar with what it feels like to play D&D without worrying about doing a particularly tricky encounter as your first thing. But you could definitely do like that at some point, for sure. I mean, if you want to start with that, do it too. You do miss a lot of shots you don't take, it's true. Has Cinder shared his thoughts about Flea Mortals from MCDM? It's my favorite monster book. Yeah, I think it's really fun. Very cinematic monsters, very big, very scary. I like the monster action economy. Unless I'm thinking of a different book. In my world, there is a portal to a Galorian in the real world. That's cool. People that build characters from the real world must be humans and gunslinger. Why? Cinder, what do you think of designing your final boss not to be one? I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that, but you could if you want to. Oh, Wombat. Do not give the killing blow to an NPC. That sucks. That feels like if I was... No. Give the killing blow to your players. That moment of glory is not for you or your NPC. That moment of glory should be for your players. Think about it like this. Put yourself in your players' shoes. You've been playing a whole campaign of D&D. You get to the final boss. You've been building up to the final boss. And you almost beat it. And in the last minute, the Dungeon Master has one of their NPCs come in and kill the boss. I think that would be really disheartening. So I would not do that. If anything, I would do the opposite. I would have the really powerful NPC try to kill the final boss and have them lose and die, and then have the players have to be the ones to finish it. You don't call a number. You join my Discord and go into the Discord waiting room. I think there's a link for it in the video description. There should be. There should be. Oh, it's at the bottom. I'll put it up top. No, it's at the top. Out of curiosity, can the Bag of Devouring be used as a zero footprint device? When you move someone, when you are on the move with someone tracking you, can you toss any camp junk in there? You could, sure, but I don't know if that would stop you from being tracked. There's all sorts of ways to track people in D&D, but yeah, I think you could hide stuff in it. A regular bag of holding could do that too. You just got to dump it later. Most fun subclass for a rogue? That depends on the player. It's different for everybody. I think my favorite subclass for the rogue is the psychic rogue. I forget what it's called, but I like that one. But I don't have a favorite. I don't know. That's barely my favorite. I don't play rogues that much. Hi, Nori. All right, let's grab somebody. I've been thinking about wizard subclass that don't use a book for its spells, but engraves coins. How does one decide how much coin a spell cost? Where ideas do you have? I would, unless you're designing a brand new homebrew thing, I would probably not make them cost that much cheaper. I don't know. I wouldn't make them cost that much cheaper. I'd probably still make engraving them. I would probably make writing your spells cost the same. I don't know why it would need to be different unless you wanted to like make that a really core component of the class. All right, let's grab Ghostly Huck. Hello, Ghostly Huck. How's it going?
Hello.
Welcome to the show.
Hello. I have a role-playing question today.
Sure.
So, my character has just died in my friend's campaign, and I'm coming back as his Patreon.
Oh.
Because he was one level in Warlock. So, I'm coming back as the Satan from the Bible, essentially.
Okay.
And I want... So, Satan from the Bible is this... I think is this masterly crafted villain, I guess.
Sure.
He's this
he's tragic, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, he's this manipulator who is pulling the strings, and I want to have my own twist on it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I want him to be this mastermind
Mm-hmm.
who is the puppeteer, but be this battle-crazed guy that is bloodthirsty and is, I guess, mad in some sort of way.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to know how that would work.
I mean, what do you mean by mad, I guess? Like when I think of, for example, when I think of my interpretation of the devil is somebody that is very cold and cool and calculated and wouldn't lose their temper that much. Like they mostly are just very aware and very present. So I don't know if I would play the devil as somebody that's mad unless they were doing especially in D&D. In D&D, devils are very controlled. The mad is kind of demons. And those in D&D, devils are almost just lawyers. They're just businessmen with horns. So if you're pulling away from that, I would probably lean into them being incredibly calm almost all of the time, but very quick to extreme responses to either being proven wrong or not getting what they want or things like that. But I would not put any of that in the direction of the players ever, because that will make it suck. And I would not want to play with a player who was playing a character that had a rage temper tantrum when they didn't get what they want. But I think that I would have that be how they role played towards NPCs and towards they should, it's like they should be very comfortable letting out unhealthy anger at people that they know are of no consequence to them. But I think other than that, I would have them be very calm.
So when I said mad, I didn't mean anger, I guess. I meant insane. So when he I go into battle, I want to be this crazy, insane person, I guess.
I mean, that still can mean a lot of different things. Barbarians rage, in terms of how you roleplay that, I think that depends on the way you play your character. I think that like going crazy with anger could be a lot of different things. I don't think there's any right or wrong way to do that. I also think that there's a lot of ways that it's very, you have to be a little bit careful with that road because it will inevitably be cringy sometimes. Just so you know.
Okay.
Because when you were like, I go crazy with anger, because nothing changes mechanically. It's like, all right, and I hit the guy in the exact same level of fury and power output as the very calm fighter who's like making silly jokes. So like, you could get crazy and angry, but I would say the more extreme that is, the sillier you are gonna seem. Maybe not you, but your character.
Okay.
Does that help? I don't know if that helps or not. It's a little bit of a, I guess what I would say the thing to do for you, because I can't really tell you what to do here, just because it's like, there's a million ways that you could play I go crazy in combat character. But what I would say is you should imagine what that looks like and then try to do that. But do that in a way that is not going to take up too much space and, again, not be disruptive to your other party members. But whatever you envision when you describe that, like the fantasy you have, work towards that.
Okay.
You there?
Yeah.
Oh, all right, cool. Does that help somewhat?
Yeah, thank you.
Alrighty. See you, buddy.
All right.
Boop. Click. How do you deal with players not responding when you need them to and are trying to start a campaign? Like they don't respond at all and you need to set them up and you need to start really soon. If I had players that were going to be playing in a game and I needed them to do something beforehand and I said, hey guys, I need you to have your character ready and I want to look it over before the session. Have it ready by Tuesday night. I guess what I would do is I would give them a specific date and time that I would want it by. And then if I didn't have it by that time, I would reach out to them again and I would say, hey, just so you know, it's Tuesday night. Can you get me your thing? I need it. And if they didn't respond, or if they said, if they said, I need another day, then give them the other day or whatever. And if they didn't respond at all, then I would probably be like, oh, maybe this isn't somebody I should be playing D&D with. Yeah, not responding usually means not playing. How about my world is the same, but I have to make everyone in the world forget they're there, and the party has to save the multiverse? That's, I don't know what that means. That sounds exciting, but I don't really understand what that means. All right, let's grab Rust. Hello, Rust. How's it going? Rust, you have about 4 seconds before you lose your place in the line. 1, 2, 3. All right, see you, Rust. Let's grab the next person. We're going to grab Dragonclaw. Hey, Dragonclaw, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
I'm doing great. Welcome to the show. What can I do for you today?
So, pardon me, I'm a little sick. I'm currently running a game, and I've introduced this character who is pretending to be a priest. And the players have, okay. This priest is going to be one of the major villains of the game. They're one of the leaders of a cult that the players are going to end up fighting, in theory. I don't know, maybe they'll join. That's players. But this priest has kind of been working with the players to try and track down this ancient temple because it's part of a ritual that the cult is doing. And what I want to do is have this priest, quote unquote, try to convince the players to join the cult. And I'm not entirely have him try to convince them, but I suspect the players are going to realize, hey, this is a cult. It's probably not a good idea. And so I'm wondering, how do you roleplay someone trying to sell a cult as a good thing to join, because it's obviously not. Like, how
well,
would you
let me
roleplay
ask you
someone
this.
trying to sell it?
Is it obviously not? What makes it not like what cults are quite successful. So is it I would say, why is it obvious? I would say go in the opposite direction. What are the things that make a cult not obvious? What are the good things a cult does? Cult gives community. Cult gives certain amount of safety. It gives meaning. It gives purpose. It gives, in some situations, it gives food. Not always. But genuinely, the reason people join cults is because they are lost and wandering, and somebody genuinely helps them and then uses that helping them to take advantage of them. So that's what I would do.
Right.
You know?
Okay.
In fact, I would have the first encounter with the cult not be bad. You know, have them meet maybe have them, as they go into a town, have them see a wagon that is like destroyed and like people injured and like bloody, and see these figures all wearing blue, mending to the wounded, and basically being like, yeah, we heard these folks got attacked by wolves or by bandits or monsters or whatever. And whenever anybody outside of our town gets attacked by monsters, we make sure to send some of our priests out to help the wounded and make sure they get to town safely. And that could be a thing that cult actually does. Like, that could be their first step of meeting the cult, you know?
Right, okay. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye. Click. I'm as sharp as a marble. I'm as deep as a puddle. Refer to it as a club or a guild. Yeah, that could also work. Let's grab Mr. Scratch. Somebody in the chat way earlier asked, how often do I do these streams? I like once a week, give or take. These call-in shows. Hello, Mr. Scratch. Mr. Scratch. Mr. Scratch, I can't hear you. Is your microphone not on? Say it once.
So, sorry, I was playing with
Oh,
the
that
wrong
was
mute
so
button.
fucking loud. Holy shit.
Sorry.
I apologize to everyone in chat whose ears you just blew out.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You have my deepest apologies.
All right, what can I do for you today?
How's your night going?
My night's going good.
Pretty good, pretty good. All right. So I have a question that's got a little bit of background.
Sure.
I had a player in my game. So I had it was like a mansion, an abandoned mansion, dungeon, etc. Who they ran into a diary of this mage that is one of the player's family members.
Mm-hmm.
Way down the line, you know, they know he's a bad guy. It's been more than shown. They've come across a bunch of stuff he's done, etc., etc. And I had it. It was actually supposed to just be a trap where they open it up, and he has like forbidden knowledge immediately in it, and it was supposed to be like, you know, I don't know if you know how aleps are made or anything like that.
Sure, yeah.
Forbidden knowledge.
Yeah.
So it's supposed to like give him a save against madness, be it summon an alep. You know, it's supposed to just be a one bit trap, and said and done, they probably burned the book. You don't have to worry about it. Well, he took it. They beat the alep easily. It was at their level that it doesn't really matter. They took the book with them.
Mm-hmm.
Jumped to way later in a different dungeon. There was like this hologram of a beholder with all of his minions around.
Mm-hmm.
He showed he to buy passage through this area. He tried to give the beholder knowledge,
Mm-hmm.
and he pulled the book out and just faced it towards the beholder.
Mm-hmm.
Thus immediately summoning the alep at the beholder's location and used it like a magic item. And I love that. That's like the most creative thing he's done. I love it so much that he did that. I want to reward him in some way with for him doing that. Like I want him to have a way to unlock the book more, do something with it. What additionally do you think a book that is cursed in that kind of way could do? Like what else? If I turned it into like a magic item, what else could that do besides just the aleps?
Like a book that's just full of madness knowledge?
Kinda, yeah, exactly.
The first thing that came to mind is, what if it could allow the character to enter a state where they forgot how to communicate, so they couldn't speak, and they maybe even couldn't understand speech, but they could communicate and understand communication from monsters that don't have speech.
Oh, I like that a lot. That's a really...
So you could like read a
almost like-
chapter on monster communication that's so insightful that you forget anything but monster communication. But then you could literally like talk to oozes and like weird stuff like
and then you
that.
have the moment where the rest of the players are just hearing gibberish from like the ooze and the
Yeah,
players
and the
going,
players are going like.
I like that a lot. I think that's great. I think that's perfect.
But that's what I would do. I would make it an item that allowed you to tap into madness to do sort of extra powerful stuff, but that came with a pretty severe downside.
I like that a lot. I think that's perfect. So I just had no idea what to do with this thing but he was so creative with it. I had to do something. So
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, that's what I would do. So yeah, lean into that. Lean into you can sometimes push the boundaries into weirder stuff, but you lose part of yourself. And I probably would, and I wouldn't make any of that permanent either. It'd be like the knowledge is like hard to hold. The lore would be like the knowledge is hard to hold. So like if you spend an hour reading the book, you can hold the knowledge for an hour or for a day, but then you lose it, and then you have to reread it for an hour to gain it again. So that could sort of be how like charges worked for it.
I think that's a neat idea. I like that a lot. So that's perfect.
Cool.
Alrighty, thank you.
Yeah, man. Great question. Sounds like a really fun idea for a magic item.
Thanks.
All right, bye. Click. What's an Alip? An Alip is a undead monster that is like the ghost of somebody that has like held magical secrets or needed magical secrets or found magical secrets. But they're sort of, if you look at the art, they just kind of look like a person trash bag thing. But they can do cool stuff where they like make you attack your allies and hear weird whispers. And they're basically like a madness ghost. Psychic madness ghost is probably the easiest way to say that quickly. All right, let's grab somebody else. We're going to grab Nosferatu. Oh, one of my old colleagues. Hello, Nosferatu. How's it going?
Hey, doing well.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I loved the suggestions for the monster books. I'm looking them over. Those are amazing.
They are such. I can't sing their praises enough.
Yeah. Which is a little bit of an answer to my question today. So I've been running a lot of challenging fights and homebrew creatures in my campaign. Ones that I've made just because I like the concept and I couldn't find it online. But I'm having trouble with good balancing. I can overdo it or underdo it sometimes, and what turns from like a cool fight turns into like a almost like a deadly encounter, and I had no I didn't want for that to happen. Any ideas on how I could like figure out kind of like run through the combat prior to doing it with the group to see if this
well, let me ask you a question. When you're coming up with these things that are accidentally becoming more deadly than intended, are they becoming more deadly than intended? Is there a pattern to how or why they are becoming more deadly? Or is there something that's happening in them that is leading to that more often than not?
So it's usually me trying to incorporate the environment into fights, because I heard a lot of other DMs spew about how you're like, to make fights more fun, you should include the environment. And so I'll add environmental effects, like maybe there's a sandstorm happening at the same time, or stuff like that. And I don't want to get rid of those.
Yeah.
But they do too much.
Okay.
And...
Okay. So if I was going to say, because the reason I asked that is because depending on, if you're just, sometimes the problem is your monsters just have too many numbers. Sometimes they're just too strong. Sometimes they have too much battlefield control, or there's just too many of them, or there's a lot of things that be going on. But if you feel like the thing that you really like, but also is causing the most headache right now is environmental effects, this is what I would do if I were you. I would stop thinking about environmental effects as something the players have to contend with, and start thinking about the battlefield effects as something both the players and the monsters have to contend with or can use to their advantage. And I would start making sure that when I was bringing in those other effects, whether that was a sandstorm or maybe there's a big pylon that's irradiating energy that shoots stuff, or the ground changes into different things every round, or whatever that is, make it something that the players can use to their advantage or could benefit the players in some ways. Like, so for example, in the sandstorm one, the first thing that I thought of was maybe they can't see that well, but everybody can hide as a bonus action during this encounter. Or maybe they can't see that well, but everybody gets a +10 to their stealth checks because you can't be seen. So like the rogue or the, anybody that's trying to be sneaky is going to be doing way better. Or, maybe you're in a place where, you're by like a magical lake where if you cast a spell too close to this orb, it's going to shoot you with lightning because it's like magically magnetic. But at the same time, you could do that in such a way where you could like position a bad guy between you and the lake and like have the lightning hit them on its way to you. So like I would start trying to incorporate not just like general debuffs, but general changes that could be beneficial or negative, and ideally a little bit of both.
Okay. Yeah, that's some good advice. Yeah, because most of the stuff had been, just benefiting the enemy. One thing I do want to ask about for those kinds of situations is that if it's like an environment where the enemy thrives, is it still okay for them to get the negative? Like, I
think it depends on the circumstance. It depends on the situation, right? Like, the thing is, D&D, there's no hard and fast rule. Also, like, if you're in your situation, it sounds like your problem is you've had too many really rough encounters. So I think I wouldn't do that for a while for you, because I think you need to give your players some wins. Like, players feel good when they can mop the floor with bad guys. It's a really satisfying feeling. So I would not be thinking about how to make hard encounters still right now, because you know how to do that. You've already figured that out. Now you should be thinking about how can I make easier encounters so that my players can just have some fun too. And then once you have given, once you feel like, then you start doing a bit of both. And when your players have one encounter that's super easy, they feel much better having that encounter later where they have to fight the water elemental in the water temple. And it's like much harder because they had an encounter earlier where they killed 30 kobolds and didn't break a sweat, So a lot of it also is like perspective and where things are. But I think it's totally fine to give monsters the leg up in encounters. I think it makes sense a lot of the time, especially if you're encountering a monster in its domain. But right now, that's not what you need to be doing, I don't think. Right now, I think what you need to be doing is pulling off the throttle a little bit and just having some just fun encounters where even if there's environmental effects or whatnot, the players can just fucking mop the floor.
Got it. One other thing I wanted to ask before I get out of your hair would be, the players are about to enter the Feywild for some quest.
Hell yeah.
Is there any, or what's your recommendation for books for cities in the Feywild? Because they have a lot of different culture, and I don't have the experience as a DM to make those without a lot of time and effort.
I don't know anything about cities in the Feywild. Everything from the Feywild in my world comes from lore that I pulled directly out of the Kobold Press book I recommended earlier today, the Tome of Monsters, the first one, or stuff that I've made up, or stuff that I've heard or found on forums. So what I would recommend doing, if you don't want to go buy a book, is go to the subreddit D&D Behind the Screen and look for their articles on the plains and articles on the Feywild, and you will find incredibly in-depth cities and locations and cultures and rituals and all sorts of weird stuff that people have just made up for the Feywild and have put into these sort of Reddit resource compendiums. It's a very, very good... It's one of those types of subreddits where there's no pictures. It's all text and everything's very well cataloged.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, so I'd check that out.
All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Cool. Thanks for your questions.
Of course. See you later.
Bye. Click. Hi, Ruler of Shed. How's it going? there's a thing on D&D Beyond called Domains of Delight, which also has some things in it. Oh, there you go. Domains of Delight. You're no longer on vacation. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hey, dude. I'm trying to create a character that is a plasmoid and is like a barrel of experimental liquor that has come to life and is drunken monk. Your thoughts? I think that sounds super fun. My thoughts are that sounds great. If a player came to me with that character, that would be super fun. I'd be super down. I think the question you'd have to ask yourself is who made you? Who was the brewer? Who was your original home brewer? And what was your relationship with them? And did you know them? And was it good? Were you sort of like a Pinocchio Geppetto kind of vibe? Or were you like a crazy experiment that woke up in a river somewhere because it just was like, oh, this alcohol doesn't work? That's the question. Ask yourself. All right, let's get Bibble in here. Hey, Bibble, how's it going?
Howdy, howdy.
What can I do for you
Let
today?
me just go ahead and mute the stream real quick.
Yeah, sure. Why, you don't like having them both on at the same time?
No, it throws my brain off.
Fine.
I just needed to mute it real quick. Alrighty. So, currently, just for a little bit of a backdrop, I'm working on a D&D module for a school project, and we are wanting to add a subclass to it.
Cool.
And the current idea that we have is sort of like a mix between cleric and monk, and it is a monk subclass. And I'm just trying to figure out how exactly, because I'm in sort of the drafting stages at the moment, I'm just figuring out what abilities to include to make it not just feel like a better way of mercy or something akin to that.
Well, what is the vibe of it?
The vibe of it the vibe of it is sort of a godly being using the player's body as a way of this is the way that's been described to me, and thus how I'm trying to like make it a godly being, not possessing but imbuing a person with power, like a monk with power, and then they go forth with that. And what I've kind of interpreted that as in terms of abilities, currently I have about like the 3rd level, 6th level, and 17th level ability in mind as like basic stuff. So like the 3rd level would be like this celestial form, kind of like how the Way of Astral Self does like force damage and stuff like that. And then the 6th level is some spells that you can cast via key points. And the 17th level is sort of like I'm trying to see the feature. Something akin to Divine Intervention, except a lot more dieted down. And I'm just trying to think of how exactly to implement those.
Okay. First of all, Scholarly Potato, thank you for the 10. That's very generous. You're very sweet. High five. What is... Okay, imagine this monk in combat. What do they look like? What are they doing?
In combat...
Don't describe it like video game. Describe it like literally what are they doing? Like your visual... paint me a picture. What is happening?
That's sort of the trouble I've been having. I can think of everything out of combat, but not exactly in combat.
And is this your idea, or are you building someone else's idea?
I'm building like the basic stuff for someone else's idea. They presented me with the idea, and I'm just trying to roll with it.
So what I would do if I were you is I would talk to that person, and I would ask them the same question I just asked you.
All right.
And I think that will give you a lot of space to go. Because I'll tell you what, my initial thought is this doesn't... because I have no idea. From everything that you described, the way that this thing would function, I could very easily see this just being a Sun Soul monk or a Way of Mercy monk just reflavored.
Yeah.
And I think that I would talk to the person whose idea it is to see what their vision is, because if their vision is just one of those two things, then they need to change it so that it could be a subclass that feels like its own thing. Yeah. Like they need to get more specific. But yeah, that's because what you're describing to me, My first thought would be to not do something like the astral self. Would be like, let's look at everything the astral self gets, the sun soul gets, and the way of mercy gets, and make sure we don't get any of those things. Let's make it completely different. And I don't know what that answer would be, but I would try to make it completely different, because I do think all three of those things, in a really apt way, represent a divine or religious or cleric-y monk. So I would see, there's what else is missing from this puzzle that we can dive into,
Yeah, that's a little bit of the trouble I've been having. We're trying to, because this is me trying to narrow it down also. The original concept, it was very confusing to interpret, and this is the best interpretation that I've tried making. But yeah, you make some good points.
Yeah, I think it's hard for me to give suggestions when the vision is not super clear. So I think you got to talk to the person whose idea it is and get them to get their vision a little bit more clear. And honestly, my trick is what I just said to you, is I say, don't talk about it in terms of D&D mechanics. Don't talk about it in terms of vibe. Talk about literally, what does it look like when this person is in the battlefield? And get them to describe it like they're describing a scene in a movie. And then you could kind of draw off of those to build off of those ideas. Or you could find a subclass that just fits it.
Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Yeah. The other thing that you could do, and I'm not going to tell you how to figure this out because I don't think it would actually work super well, is you could try to build them sort of like in the way that an Eldritch Knight does a bit of wizard. You could have them do a bit of cleric, but I would tie their spellcasting to their key points. I wouldn't give them spell slots.
That was partially what I was thinking. Maybe something to where the level of the spell equals the amount of key points, or something similar to that needs to be spent to.
If you were gonna do that, I would say you have to be pretty limiting in what spells they get, because if you're spending 1 key point per spell slot, you're doing more spell casting than a full caster a lot of the time.
Okay. All right.
So if it's like a first level spell slot costs 1 key point, a second level spell slot costs 2 key points, you have more spell slots than a lot of full casters. And I think that would just be, well, maybe not full casters, but definitely half casters, and that's still bad. You don't want that.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
But yeah, those are my thoughts. So maybe what I would do is I would come up with a list of cleric spells that I would give this guy access to, almost like trying to build. Maybe the way to build it, and this is a crazy thing to say, would be less like the Astral Self monk and more like the Way of the Four Elements monk, which I know everyone hates, but that's because everything is too expensive on its. But if you made it like the Way of Four Elements monk, where it was like you could have different, spells you could get access to that you could spend key points on, or other sort of celestial abilities that might help.
Okay, that's pretty interesting. I was actually looking at Way of Shadows in terms of how they get a select few bit of spells.
The Way of Shadows could also be a vibe to go in that direction for sure.
Okay. Well, yeah, thank you. I got a lot of thinking to do.
Cool. Good luck to you.
See you.
Bye. Alrighty. Nice to see you again, too, lady. I'm trying to reflavor, make a level 3 summon spell that fits the vibe of a Celestial Warlock. My first instinct was reflavoring one, but my DM suggested summon Celestial, similar to summon Lesser Demon. No, they're not the same. Those are really different spells. There aren't many low CL Celestials. Yeah, that's why Summon Celestial is a high-level spell. I would probably... Honestly, I would probably look at one of the spells, like just one of the regular summon spells, like Summon Beast or Summon Fey or Summon Undead, because there's a bunch of spells that summon one creature now that just give you a stat block, and I would just use that, and I would just reflavor it as a Celestial. Maybe change its damage type to Radiant, and that's what I would do. But don't look at the older summoning spells where you summon like a bunch of stuff. Look at the newer ones that came out in Tasha's. I'm trying to do a campaign where the characters get ripped from their mutual timelines and dragged into a setting basically set at the end of time where they won't be able to leave. How do I tie backstory into that without having their relevant characters ripped into a setting? I don't think you do. Or you have them, you have their backstories somehow be preserved. Either something from their backstory has to be preserved, or their backstory has to give them some knowledge that can still be applicable and used in the current timeline, or you don't really tie their backstory. The backstory is really just there to sort of, give insight into how they should play their characters. One of the two. That's what I would say. Gimp Samurai, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. All right, next is going to be Western Arc. Let me grab Western Arc. Hey, Western Arc, what's up? Western Arc. I'm going to count to 4, and you better unmute, or I'm going to hang up on you, and they'll be so sad because you have to go to the back of the line.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, I did want to have a question.
Sure.
It's more of a world building question.
Great.
I am having a I'm supposed to explain this. I'm having a hard time trying to make it all fit for all the themes. Because the creation story is one of the hardest things for me right now is trying to come up with. But right now, I don't know how to explain on how a powerful being, like a godlike being, was able to destroy a whole bunch of deity-like race, like the Aesir, or like something along those lines, and turn the world to cinders, and somehow there was only a few left afterwards, managed to rebuild, but I don't really have a good explanation. I tie it all together. I don't know how. I'm not a very prominent DM.
That's
I'm
okay.
still working on it.
All right, well, let me ask you a question. Do the people in your world, the average person, the average adventurer in your world, do they know the creation story? Do they know the thing? Do they know the way it ties all together?
As far as I remember, it's that there was a time where the races knew.
But now, in where your game is taking place, when your story starts,
there's conflicting creation stories, but the one I came up with was the canonical creation story.
Okay, so if in
It's
the
all,
game
like,
world,
rumored and
yeah,
stuff
so
like
if in the game world knowledge, people don't know the answer to that question yet, then you as the dungeon master also don't need to know the answer to that question yet. Let me give you an example. Do you know the show Adventure Time? Have you heard of that show before?
I have.
Adventure Time did not have a backstory or any world lore at all when it started being made. When they first introduced the Ice King, he didn't have a backstory. He was not tied into Marceline. His crown didn't hold any weird lore magic. He was just a goofy, fun character that they wanted to put in the show. When they wrote that show, they built the backstory out of the stuff that worked in the show and then went into it as the characters learned about the world, we learned about the background. And you can do the same thing. You don't need to know everything your players know when you start your game. In fact, you can introduce new things that you don't really understand yet because it doesn't need to matter beyond the way the players interact with it. It only needs to start to grow as the players get more invested in it and as they sort of go down a path. So I feel like if you're excited by your creation myth that is the canonically correct one and you think it's cool, and you don't know exactly how it fits yet, I think that's probably okay. The only thing that really matters is that you think it's cool and you think it's fun, because that is going to give you the energy to figure out how it's connected as your game goes. In fact, as your players play your game, if they start to get invested in your game world, inevitably they are going to learn some of these different conflicting world histories. And you might know the real one, but they are going to start theorizing and coming up with different hypotheses on what could be connected. And you could literally pull ideas from their ideas. You know, if one of them has an idea, they're like, whoa, what if the gods, what if the god, everything was burned and became a world of cinder because of this? You in your head might be like, that's a really good idea. You just take a little note, and then that becomes what you use to build the world lore around. So, especially if you're new to being a dungeon master, I would say build as much world lore as you are having fun building, but it doesn't actually matter that much for the playing of the game until you're kind of deep in the game. The lore, the local lore matters a lot more. So if you know what the rumors are for the way the world was creation, and the rumors are for, like, you know, the way the world works in the little area that your game is going to start taking place in, that's all the players need, you know?
Gotcha. And that's good to hear, because I'm very much really love feedback, because I can't, unless I have feedback and knowing that, oh, this is okay to do, it's hard for me to, like, keep with one thing a lot of times.
For sure.
So I'm glad I have their opinion on it before I'm, like, set in stone on what my idea is. And that's good to let other people theorize on what the lore could be and conflicting ideas with the idea of creation. All right.
For sure. Have you run your first game yet?
I have ran a few games, but I have not really gone in depth with the lore. I've ran a few.
So you're trying to turn it up. You're trying to, like, start diving in. Okay. So yeah, start introducing some of these rumors. You know, have them go to a place where the plot of the adventure they're doing ties into a religious sect in the area that has a belief system where it's like, okay, every 3 years we have to, you know, burn down this part of the forest to pay homage to the Cinder Lord so they don't burn down the forest again. So we have to get all the druids from the local regions to come to, like, make a safety barrier so we don't burn down the whole forest. But there's a problem. The main druid is missing. Can you guys go save the main druid? And it's just a fetch quest. It's like, go save the guy from the monsters. But now it's tied to, like, this much larger thing. It's like, well, wait, why do you have to burn down half the forest? That's so weird. It's like, well, the world was created by a cinder god. And if we don't pay homage to that, it's going to burn the whole world down again. You know, like, it's, and it's like, that might seem crazy to the players when they first hear that. But it also might be, you know, it's how you start building it out, you know?
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
And that helps me out a lot and gives me a little bit more ideas to the lore that I can build onto other locations within the world. But that's all I needed.
A good rule of thumb. Yeah, no problem. A good rule of thumb is any information you don't say to the players, you can change whenever you want because they don't know it yet. But any information you do say to the players, you cannot retroactively change. So that's why I like to start small in my games, because I don't want to reveal some law of the universe in a campaign before I even know the vibe of that campaign, you know?
I gotcha.
Cool. All right, buddy.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Thanks for the call. Thank you. That was Western Arc. Dnd says, curious how you would handle players coming to the wrong conclusions about important plot points and treat them as facts. Do you tend to continue with the original path until they realize or reroute? It kind of depends on how much it will derail them and how quickly I can set them back in motion. So if, for example, the players think they're supposed to, like, kill some guy and they're not, I might have them, you know, kill the guy and then realize something bad happened, because that's still, like, a fun little adventure and it doesn't really derail the campaign. It just furthers information. Like, they know, oh, that wasn't the bad guy. Okay, good to know. But if it's like you built a campaign around them dungeon diving in this ancient tomb and they decide they want to do something else, or like they don't, you can be like, just so you guys know, like, this is what I planned. But I'm okay with letting players fuck up and make mistakes. You can also always throw clues at them. You know, if they were supposed to realize that the boat captain was actually a dragon and they didn't, and that was, like, really important for you, but now they're like going to a desert. Have them bump into somebody who used to work on that boat and left because one day the captain got mad and bit his arm off. And they're like, that's crazy. What do you mean? They're like, yeah, he's a dragon. You know that? You must have never seen him get mad. You know? You can sort of have like NPCs come in to like point them in the right direction. Hey Cinder, how would you run an encounter where the party has to deal with a crossroads demon that forces everything around him into a musical, like the common trope of many TV series? I would not force my players to do a musical. What I have done is I've forced my players to talk in rhyme. So you could do that. I mean, you could force them to sing. But I have literally done that in a campaign where the players met a fey creature that made everything around them rhyme. And they could only talk or cast spells if they spoke in rhyme. So you could do that. They can only talk if they sing. That could be fun. That's going to be really fun for some players and really annoying for other players. So that's one of those things that, like, do it if your players are going to like it. But if you don't know if your players are going to like it, test the waters gently. Rhyming is maybe a little easier. I also think rhyming will be more funny. I think singing could get annoying because people singing like just nonsense can get kind of tedious. You know what I mean? How do you choose what D&D class has what sci-fi gun? That is a question that exists totally out of any context. Whatever guns they want. What do you mean? I don't understand the question. Depends on what sci-fi guns you're using. Depends on a lot of things. Yeah, roll of the dice. I roll of the dice. That's a loaded question. Okay, Fluff. Let's get Teensy in here. If anybody wants to call in, there's a little bit of a line, but you're more than welcome to hop into it. Hey, TZ, what's up?
Hey, CB, how's it going?
Good, good, good. What can I do for you today?
I've got kind of a maybe odd question, but
sure.
You've kind of answered into your shorts, kind of. I've watched a lot of your shorts. They're very good to get information for.
Oh, that's very kind.
Yeah. So I've started DMing. I've only DM'd twice in my lifetime.
Okay.
Once was pretty much a very bad go through. I didn't question the players. One player kind of rampaged because they were like, I'm a dragonborn. I can fly. I can do whatever. And then it kind of took the campaign way off to something that nobody wanted to keep playing. So we stopped there.
Yeah.
And most recently, well, probably about 2-3 years ago, I did like a one shot to try out Pathfinder 2e, and we all liked it. And then I was like, okay, maybe I need to start creating world for this area.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm stuck in this place where now I have like 3 or 4 one-note notebooks of campaigns that I wanted to run. One's like a Power Rangers inspired one. One's like your basic kind of small continent or small island thing with a little bit of everything around it.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is more like, at what point do you decide this is enough world building? Let's start playing. Because I've got at this point like 10 NPCs, 3 or 5 separate locations, a few other civilizations.
I think it's enough world building. This is for me. This is going to be different for everybody. For me, it's enough world building if my players can make backstories that feel like they are lived in the world. And if I feel comfortable with those players wandering around a town. Like
Sure,
if I have a town and a local and an area around the town, my players have backstories, that's all I need. Like,
sure, that makes sense.
I don't think you need much more than that. And you know, you can have a little bit larger world than that. I would say the other thing to maybe have is like, what's the larger plot? Like if there is a looming villain or something that the players need to, that you want the story to revolve around, having an idea for that. But the way that I plan my campaigns usually is that I brainstorm ideas that I'm excited by. And then before I spend too much time on those ideas, I reach out to my players and be like, hey, these are the 3 ideas that I have for a campaign. Which one should we do? And then they pick. And then based on the one that they pick, then I start building it out. And usually I start building it out with them as a part of it, where
sure,
I will then immediately sort of do 2 things at the same time. 1, I'll start building it up. But 2, I will reach out to all of them individually and be like, what kind of character would you want to play in this kind of game world? And then depending on what they say, I start building lore often using the things that they want as like the skeleton of it. So by the time I'm done, I have a vague idea of the world and like its secrets, and I have a minorly more clear version of the world from like 4 perspectives based on the things that the players are more interested in.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I hadn't even gotten to like the bigger lore. I was just like, how much world do I need to build? Because I want to make sure there's enough playground to play
You need to
in.
build enough world for probably 3 sessions. I would say I don't know. I'm I like a lot of improv, but you know, I don't really plan more than a session or 2 ahead ever.
Okay.
Outside of the like, I have a big twist or reveal that I have to like sit on for a couple months, but usually I plan a couple I do like once I know the game that I want to play, and I try to build a little bit stronger of a sense of the space depending on how big of a game it's going to be. If it's a big world-spanning game, I don't really care that much because they're going to be traveling a lot. But if the game is like tight, like if it's in a little spot, I'll do a little bit more building out. But I try to throw the players into it as quickly as possible. I don't like spending too much time on world building.
Sure, same. And like I tried to do like a pre-made adventure. Like I tried reading The Fall of Plaguestone, which is a very good one that I've listened to before, but at the same time I'm like, I can't follow this. I need to be able to improv on the spot for sure.
Yeah, I've never been good at the modules. I feel like it's doing homework.
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
Cool.
Well,
yeah.
I think that I have enough. I think I have enough world building.
You have enough.
Thank you very much.
Also, remember, players really like to chew the scenery. So, especially if your players like role playing at all. So, inevitably, you're going to spend half your time looking at all the stuff you were panic planning and like putting it away for 3 weeks from now.
Oh, sure. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Yeah. Thanks for the call. Great question. Bye. Hang up on you. What's up, fat guy skinny? What's up, Marauders? How are you doing? Marauders, why do you feel like you're a bad dungeon master? Did you have a bad session? I'm sorry. Here's the thing about D&D. It is not an exponential rise, and it is not a steady beam. It is a wave sign. We all have great sessions and terrible sessions. We all sometimes lose players or gain players. I would say as long as you are trying to do good by your players and you're trying to run a fun game, you should not worry about feeling like you're a bad dungeon master. It's sort of like feeling like you're a bad friend. Like, you can do things that will make you lose friends, but inevitably, as a person, if you are trying to be a good person, you will become a better friend over time. You know, like, yeah, you're going to mess up. We all mess up. I have people that fucking hate me. You know? Nobody's perfect. So don't worry too hard about it. Also, I hope you're well. We got another caller. Let's grab Zionos. Hello there. How's it going? Welcome to the show. Zionos 2099.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the show.
I am doing okay.
What can I do for you today?
Well, so I have this one player, and we've been kind of going over what we want to do for his character, and he wants to play like a younger character that has like he wants to play a barbarian, and he wants his rages to be kind of flavored as like random tantrums.
Sure.
So he's playing like a younger, like 15-year-old, or not like 15, I think it's like 10-year-old, and is like and like goes on these like tantrums that are really destructive. And he we were talking about it, and you know, eventually we were like, oh well, let's take a look at the wild magic barbarian, because he wanted it to be he wanted there to be random effects, and I was like, well, that's the best option for that. He wants more of like random enhancements to his character. And I was wondering how do I go about, like, would I just make a whole new subclass for it and kind of
What
like
if I told you there was a subclass that gave you random enhancements to your character when they raged?
Really?
Yep. It's a pretty fun one too.
Which one is that?
The Wild Magic Barbarian.
Yeah, we looked. Well, that's the one we settled on.
Yeah. So then that's it. Problem solved, right?
Well,
no.
Well, he doesn't want he doesn't want the basic table. He wants it to be more like the magic is. He wants it to be more like physical transformations of himself, like growing claws or something like that.
Then he should look at the Beast Barbarian. I think it sounds like he wants to be able to do too many things, is what it sounds like. And what I would probably say to him is your character will get stronger over time. When you start playing your character, they are the weakest they will ever be. So in the course of the adventure, you might find magic items that'll give you more powers and you're going to grow in strength. But the start of your adventure is not when you're a badass. The start of your adventure is when you're becoming a badass. Also, I don't know how much you've played D&D or they've played D&D, but throwing in brand new mechanics before you've played can be fun, but it's tedious. And it will end up, speaking as Dungeon Master to Dungeon Master, it will end up leading to you having often a lot of moments of frustration in terms of figuring out mechanics on the fly or balancing players getting a little bit too powerful way too quickly.
Okay. That makes sense. I think it's the first time I'm running for a barbarian, so I was like, yeah, let's see about that. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, barbarians are fine. They're good. The way to make a barbarian really good is just to make sure as a dungeon master they get access to magic items that let them continually hit harder and harder and harder and harder. That's basically, maybe stuff that lets them jump really far. But if a barbarian can jump really far and hit harder than anyone else, they're doing fine. Okay. But I think that I would hesitate on giving a player like just brand new extra powers on top of their normal powers. Okay. You gotta work to that. You could say you know what, right now this is your table, but as the game grows, maybe you'll find some fey creatures or some magic that you could like infuse in yourself to make it grow, and you could kind of push some of that off a little bit,
Okay. That sounds right.
They could also multi-class druid if they want to just wild shape and turn into stuff.
Well, I already have a wild shape druid in the party, so.
Well, just saying.
Yeah, I don't want to step on any toes with that, but yeah, this is very good. Which does make sense.
Yeah. So I would say before they know if they like it, or, before they need to let them be the thing for a minute before before they feel like they need to change it. And honestly, a lot of that transformative stuff is just flavor text. Flavor is free. So if you could sit down with them and just, you could like, instead of all these magical effects happening, if you want to change into stuff, let's see how we could reflavor this effect as you changing into something. So no, maybe instead of it being like, I don't know, a bunch of flumps explode out of you, maybe your body turns into a giant mushroom and you blast energy out. It still does the same thing, but it like feels different,
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool.
Alrighty. I guess that's it.
All right, buddy. See ya.
Later.
Click. You could give them a ring that collects forms too. Take some shifter racial features and slowly give them out as rewards. That's kind of a neat idea. How do I run a large-scale war cross species, like different troop types? I would build them. If I was going to build different troop types to fight in a war, I would worry less about the mechanics of large combat, and I would spend more time thinking about the way they are described and like their vibes. So, if you want to have the armies of hell, maybe they have a special squadron of devils that like set everything on fire and spread fire wherever they go, and they look like they're made of pillars of fire and big horns. And maybe there's like a troop of like a shock troop of hell spawn that are really good at teleporting, so they like always teleport immediately behind enemy lines and that sort of thing. give them, build them out to be like what would be cool in terms of like vibe and what would logically fit your game world. All right, let us grab Cassius. Folks, if you want to hop into a call, you also can. You're sorry if you're being annoying. You're not being annoying. I just answered your question already. You asked me something, and look in the Dark Matter book. I'm not going to take it out and read a chapter of it to you. You can go look it up. All right, let's grab Cassius. Hello, Cassius. How's it going?
Hello. Let me mute stream real quick.
Yeah, sure.
There we go. How are you this evening?
I'm pretty good.
Evening for me. I don't know if it is for you.
It's all time. I live in between.
Really, two questions for you. I'm a long time DM. I started with second edition. So.
Hell yeah.
But I'm new-ish to fifth edition. I'm still learning.
Sure.
First question. Finally ending my first fifth edition campaign. First one that's lasted more than a month or two due to scheduling or other such things. And it is actually a conversion of a third edition campaign I originally started writing way back. And in the third edition, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, puppies are great.
The third edition, I never actually finished, and I'm trying to come up with an appropriate BBEG.
Mm-hmm.
Little background, very Planescape-ish, multiverse hopping, essentially, and with a touch of player-involved world creation.
Okay.
And so far, the only hints I've given them towards, this BBEG is that it's pretty much wandering around gobbling up all the different universes.
Cool.
Very Galacticus-like. I think
Yeah.
And I'm trying to find a monster or creature, or if I have to actually build some sort of character as an appropriate, in-game, push them to their limit type thing.
And you want it to be working in 5th edition?
Yes.
Okay, so one thing that I would say about 5th edition that is a lot of people really don't love, especially people that come from older editions or from Pathfinder, is that the power growth is not nearly as exponential. So, for example,
I have noticed that.
So, for example, like the highest CR a monster can get in D&D is 30. The highest a monster stat can get in D&D is 30. At least in terms of the official stuff. But that also is sort of balanced by characters also don't grow nearly as much either. So if I were you, I would do one of two things. I would either figure out a monster, look at like the CR 30 monster stat blocks and see if they can give you some inspiration or if any of them just work for your idea. But if the thing that you want to make is like Galactus, this universe consuming thing, I would probably change the frame of reference a little bit so that they weren't fighting it directly, but they were fighting like an aspect of it that would weaken it or diminish it or something like that. So for example, like instead of having the final fight be the monster Galactus, have the final dungeon be get to Galactus's brain and then fight his brain or something like that. To try to change the scope a little bit so that you can represent this larger than universe god thing without having it have like an AC or something like silly like that, because you're just the damage output and stuff of the players, they're just not going to be, It's just limited in 5e. As much as you can cheese the game and make it crazy, they're not nearly as powerful as they are in earlier editions or in Pathfinder. So you could scope everything up in all directions, but I think the easier thing to do is change the frame of reference of the antagonist into, instead of thinking about it like one monster, one fight, think breaking it up into like it's almost like a dungeon fighting the final boss.
Okay.
Because I worry that, here's my thought. My worry is that it's going to be hard to make something feel as epic as a god that is eating planets and universes with the way 5e monster mechanics and balance works, unless they were fighting some diminished version of it. Which might be fine too, but I like the idea of, I like the scale.
How to do that.
Yeah?
The whole diminished version idea. I've had one. One of the characters has been working on essentially building something to push the force that is gobbling everything up back, so that would work out as a way to bring it down to something that they could actually go face to face with once they finish building that device.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then the sort of like campaign, like building up to it too. Like there's like it's like it's MacGuffin-y, but MacGuffins are classics because they work, you know.
Yes. Second question.
Sure.
I am starting. My son, 14 years old, has expressed an interest in Dungeons and Dragons. So I am starting a campaign with the local library, getting kids his age involved. And I was wondering if you had any advice on working with. Most of them are actually new to D&D. Like this would be their first experience, other than what they've seen on YouTube and such.
For sure. I would. You know what the age range is going to be?
Mid-teens to 20s.
Okay, so they're not.
I have. They're not too young, but I got to keep everything PG-13.
But that's not so young that you can't like actually run D&D either, which is very good.
Yes.
What I would do if I were you is, if they're all super new, I would lean into starting the game small scope, because the first thing that I think about when I have new players is I want to basically do two things with the new players. I want to present them with a story that they can get, not even a story, a scene, whatever, a session that they can get involved in quickly and feel like they are doing something quickly. And I want them to feel like, I want them to get a sense of that open-endedness of D&D in terms of it being, what's the word? In terms of it being a little different than video games, in that there's a little bit more nuance to what you can do. So what I like to do for new players is have a super simple dungeon, or a super simple... My favorite dungeon to show new players to is literally, you go to town, and people, like a halfling or something, says like, help! There's literally like, dude, like there's rats in my there's rats in my basement that I need help with. And then having like there's, I wish I remembered what book this was in, but there's a book, it might even be a Kobold Press book, where basically you go into a dungeon, you fight a couple rats, and then they realize there's like a hole in the back wall that leads to like a weird old part of an old tomb, and you can kind of explore into that. But literally just giving them like a super simple, punchy little dungeon that they can try out their moves in, and that they can play around with, like encountering a trap or a puzzle, or interacting with the world in weird ways. You know, putting putting like braziers, like big things full of fire around. They'd be like, could I knock this over? Yes. Could I kick this? Yes. Thing. But keep it small, keep it simple. Like a 5-room dungeon is great for a first adventuring party. Because the other thing is like, they don't know if they like the game yet. You know what I mean?
So the good old, I remember something very similar. It was from a 3rd edition supplement. It was like welcoming new player. It was a first level dungeon, and it wasn't even a dungeon. It was it was a tavern cellar or something that had gotten infested by rats. And there was a hidden room that even the tavern owner didn't know about, and they found some access to something cool back there.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah. And like, but like putting them in a space where I would say something like that, where they have problems to solve and they can be very goal oriented very quickly, but where they can solve those problems in a variety of ways, or there's like a weird element that allows them something to engage with, you know, like maybe, you know, if instead of it just being a combat encounter, it's a combat encounter on a bridge. Now there's all sorts of weird stuff you could do. You could try to knock people off the bridge. You could, you know, there's all sorts of things you could do.
Yeah.
I like that. Just like little things. And then also giving them a moment to like interact with townsfolk. Those are like the 2 things that you want to try to do as quickly as possible. And I like starting with action just because, especially if somebody's new, it's structure before unstructured. And giving them its structure allows them both to try being their characters and to see each other's characters. So it gives them something to talk about. I can be like, whoa, I saw you shoot a fireball. You know what I mean? I can't do that if the first time we're meeting is in a dungeon.
And it keeps it within a structured framework.
Yeah, and then once they've tried it a little bit, they've played it a little bit, you have the space to you know, build out from there. But the other thing is some of these people aren't going to like D&D, maybe not want to play it. And some of these people are going to realize they want to be a different character. You know, a lot of things change after you try the game for the first time. So part of why I like starting with just a dungeon and not worrying too much about like plot beforehand is it just gives people a chance to just try it, just to see what they like. My first, when I run games for new people, I do a dungeon that can be open-ended and lead to other things. And then at the end of that dungeon, or at the end of that session, I'll reach out to everybody like, hey, if you want to keep going, we'll keep going. If you let me know if you want to make any changes, if you felt like you like being this character, you want to try other things, we can shift it around. But that way you're not really, nobody's too invested in anything before they can like make the changes needed to make it good for everyone.
Okay. That, I think I know how to work that with this group. I know one person who's kind of invested in the character they created, but that's fine.
But I mean, if they're invested in them, great. Then they'll keep being that character. They don't have to not be that character.
Yeah. But thank you for the advice.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the call.
You have a wonderful rest of your stream.
All right, bye. Who did my mods ban there? My mods banned somebody. Majestic Wolf. That guy, what was he doing? He was just confused. Was he being mean? Oh, he was being mean. Why was he being mean? What happened? What a mystery. I want to see. He said, I'm sorry I'm being annoying. And I said, you're not being annoying. I'm just not going to explain the book to you. And then he said, can you read between the lines? And then he said, suck my balls. He just started being mean. That's funny. I love that. I hope he gives an unban request. He sent me a DM. Unban request or bust. He's sending me a message right now. Said, I'm sorry. That wasn't kind of me. Can you give me another chance? So hopefully he'll send a sick-ass unban request. Mods, I am the one that gets to read it. I get to read you can read them too if you want to, but I'm the one that will make the decision. That's funny. Hey, Cinder. Hey, Gilded. How's it going, buddy? I'm currently playing a great old one warlock and wanted to do a thing where over the course of a few weeks, he slowly started to go insane until he made a sacrifice to his patron, which would reset the counter and return him to sanity. After a while, he would need to do blah, 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 blah. I was wondering how I'd do that mechanically and if there was something I can do other than just rolling on the madness table. I wouldn't roll on the madness table. I would work with the dungeon master and try to figure out a mechanic for that. And I don't know what that would be exactly. I think it would depend on, because madness is really vague. So what I might do is I might decide, I might either work with my dungeon master to try to figure out what that means. Because if I was going to do that, I probably wouldn't make you roll on the I probably wouldn't make you roll on the madness table as a dungeon master. I might just make weird stuff start happening to you. You know, I might make it you start seeing illusions of things that aren't there, or you start hearing voices, or you start to remember people that you didn't know, or things like that. I don't think I would lean too hard into mechanics too much there. I would make it more like very detrimental from a role play perspective. But again, I would pick like a thing. Like it would be like you are seeing illusions or in hearing sounds, or you are, stuff like that. Seeing illusions and hearing sounds might be the easiest, actually. Your reality starts to melt away. Is this members only? Nope. The only member only stream I do is Friday. Anybody can call in on this one. This guy's trying to DM me. That's so funny. All right. I called him a punk, and he said, I'm not a punk. And I'm like, you're a little bit of a punk. But you can send an unban request. All right, let's get Yuki in here. Hey, Yuki, what's up?
Hello.
Welcome to the show.
How are you this evening?
I'm pretty great. How are you?
I'm good. One of my questions got asked by the last guy, so that's good. I still have 2 more questions though.
Ask away, mon frère.
I'm in a campaign right now that is more roleplay based, and my character's end goal inadvertently showed up like 5 to 6 sessions in. What do I do as a player?
Wait, say that again. Ask the question again.
One of my character's end goals was to find his father. End of the fifth session, we find him.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like your character has more to do? Do you like playing your character?
Oh, I don't plan on retiring from a long time. I'm just asking. It's a good thing and a bad thing at the same time.
I would say one of the greatest things about D&D characters is that they grow and they change. So I would say, has something happened to your character in the last 5 sessions that would, have they made enough friends with the rest of the party that they feel like they want to keep helping them?
Oh, he definitely wants to help all of them.
Then that's all you need, man. Just celebrate that you found your dad. Make sure that they're chilling. And then be like, Dad, I got to go be a hero now. You understand. And then you hug your dad and you high five and then you go be a hero. And your backstory doesn't, not every character needs... The backstory is the least important part of your character. What happens in the game is the most important part. So, like, you can form new relationships. There can be NPCs your character starts to care for. They could join a religion. They could become part of a temple or a church or a guild or something. Like, there's all sorts of ways your character can be invested in the world that has nothing to do with their backstory that can end up being more important than their backstory, So I would start looking for things as goals or as things that you want your character to start to feel as important. And honestly, talk to your dungeon master about that. Just tell them that. Say, hey, I love this character. They definitely are going to keep adventuring with everyone, but I want them to find other things in the world to work towards and get invested in. Can we talk about it? Can we brainstorm? Or do you have ideas of what that could be?
Oh, there are more things involved. I just thought I'd ask you about that.
Yeah.
There's already a background thing in the works with this character that's going to be I have played long enough and I've worked with enough dungeon masters to know, this is what I would like. And plus with the NPC issue, we have so many NPCs in our party. It's like we're collecting a menagerie. It's
okay.
Fun,
So you sound good. You sound like you got it. Sound like it's in the bag.
My second question, Has to do actually. I'm gonna ask this. That has to do with my I've got my coworkers into D&D.
Cool.
But I'm not sure. I can't dungeon master for love nor money.
Say that again. I didn't understand the last sentence you just said.
I can't be a dungeon master due to anxiety issues.
Oh, okay.
What should I do?
What do you mean?
They're asking me, they want to start playing, but I don't know how to do that with them.
Then I would say do you have friends that are dungeon masters?
The one that is no longer works there.
Do you have any other people that you know that are? I mean, then I would encourage one of them to try it, or if you want to try it for the first time, people that are new and haven't played before are often some of the best people to do it with. If you've never done it before, also, but also, you know, you guys could work together to find someone, or hire someone. Especially if you're a group of people co-working. Everybody throws in $20 and you get a dungeon master for the night. That's less than you'd spend going to a bar or going to a movie. And go to, startplaying.games. Hell, hire Buildo. Buildo is a professional dungeon master. But that would be the way. That's because at the end of the day, there's no real answer other than do it or find someone to do it.
And my third question.
Mm-hmm.
One campaign we have, it's a chore to get everybody on the same page.
Sure.
Like we have a power gamer, a gamer that's obsessed with, I put it politely for stream, R+ content.
All right, I'm gonna hang up on you very quickly if you start getting anywhere near inappropriate on my channel.
I am not gonna know. I'm not going into details.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't really know how to answer. Okay, I'll be very honest with you. I just wouldn't run a game for somebody that was into that kind of stuff.
Like,
I would just.
How
I
do
have
you
a
as
zero.
Player,
Sorry.
Ask them to stop for one session.
You point at them and you say that makes me uncomfortable. I don't want that in my game. And if you're not comfortable doing that, you go to the dungeon master and you say that makes me uncomfortable. I'm not going to play in a game where that is. So help me talk to this person, or I'm going to play another game. And you just have zero leniency on it.
Thank you.
Yep.
And that's it.
All right, buddy. Thanks for the call. Bye. Yeah, I would never play with people that were trying to do some creepy ass shit in my game. Ugh. No bueno. I have very low tolerance for that kind of stuff. One second. Okay. People crossing boundaries is a huge problem in D&D. Yeah, man. People are so used to video games where they can just be unhinged and trolly, and they get very creepy. People have a hard time with it's just a joke, or it's just imaginary. It's like, yeah, it's still fucking creepy. Hi, Cinder. I'm planning to run a campaign with sanity mechanics. How can I make it balanced but harder? That really depends on the sanity mechanics you want to use, my guy. I would look to games like Call of Cthulhu. They have sanity mechanics. There are also plenty of supplements that include sanity mechanics in D&D, but I think that there are not like a set. This is the D&D sanity mechanics. So I don't know. I would also talk to my players about including that kind of stuff, because I think that some players really love that stuff, and I think some players are like, I don't want to play in that game. That's too much work. I just want to kill stuff. I don't want to think about my feelings. How long do you think it should take for someone to turn into or be considered a genasi via exposure to the elemental planes? However long as you think makes sense for your game world. Do you think it should be 100 years? Do you think it should be 2 years? Do you think it should be 20 minutes? I would say whatever fits your game world, and then, whatever number you decide, that can be, that can inform us about your game world a little bit too. If they turn into a Genasi after 2 minutes, there's going to be a lot more Genasi, you know? Let's get Fluffcopter in here. Hey, Fluffcopter, how's it going?
Hello.
Welcome to the show.
Hold on. Hello.
What can I do for you today, buddy?
I recently started the DMing. It's fun. So I had like a session 1 after like 2 session 0s because people didn't show up. And like I don't know how to like build up from that because like session one went like really well, and I don't know if like my planning for session 2 is going to like be interesting like compared to that.
Are your players excited?
I mean I asked them and they had like a good time.
What do you think they had the most fun with?
There was like a part where I accidentally gave them like a pretty good combat encounter where like they met some pirates, and like I pretty much without thinking about it like gave one of them like an accordion instead of a weapon. And like it just stood there not fighting, and it like clued them in that they're like they can be reasoned with.
So it seemed like they enjoyed the combat, but also sort of the combat being a little bit more open-ended than traditional combat.
Yeah. Also, after that I put in a homebrew monster. I actually sent that one. I don't know if you remember that one, like with the tree with the hand with the snake on it. They killed the snake immediately. The battle didn't even start. They just killed the snake. So I just like invented some like extra moves on the fly. Which like they enjoyed like there was like one big enemy, so they had like a lot of turns. Also like I tried to like put in like a shopkeeper. I like at the beginning of the game they were like, okay, like the table says that like they have like I don't know like 2 gold or whatever. I was like, no, fuck that. Everyone starts the game with 70 gold. They thought it was like a lot of money. I was like, okay, I don't care, I control the economy. And then like at the start of the game, I had like a side merchant who was like a goblin, offering them like very extremely situational common items, like it's like 50 gold a pop. And they thought all of them they thought like 50 gold was too expensive for all of them.
That's always how it is at the beginning of this game. Look, it sounds like they had a lot of fun in their first bit. I would say, if anything, just lean into the stuff that worked. If they enjoyed the sort of out of the box combat, lean more into that. And the first session always starts with a little bit of a bang. But the thing about D&D, and you know this, you've played quite a bit, is it's an ebb and a flow. So you don't need every session to hit like a truck. Especially if they have like a little bit of, they had one session, they don't even know each other yet. So, I think I would just storm on ahead. Allow yourself to not worry about needing every single moment to be explosive. Obviously, you want to have like 1 or 2 interesting things that you want to include in the session. I think it's good for each session to have like a set piece moment. But, let them just hang at the bar and talk for a little bit. I don't think you need to worry too much about maintaining high caliber energy every single moment. And a lot of the time, the more you play, the players will end up taking over a lot of that job for you as they get more invested in the world and their characters.
Yeah, at some point, like I had to like actively like make them like finish getting from point A to point B because like they were like getting into their own conversations for like.
Yeah, that's great.
Like
that's
30
great.
minutes.
That means you have less to plan.
Like I want to like get this like a little bit going.
Yeah, but that means you have less to plan, you know? You can always,
Yeah.
you can count on them just sort of chewing the scenery for a little bit. So I would say try not to worry too much. Try not to let it stress you. You're going to be good. You're going to be fine.
I just like I had like up until that point, I had like some stuff like pretty like planned out. Like I know like, I knew like who the pirates were, what they were doing there. I knew what the tree was doing there, and like the whole ordeal. Now, like I have more of a vague idea of. Okay,
so just get an idea of like a couple things. Just pick a couple things, you know. If they're gonna be going like, you don't need to have every single thing planned out. It's good at the beginning, but the more you play, the less planning you need. You need a good base, but once you get started, you can kind of just keep going. And if you're worried about not knowing what to plan out, you can just literally ask them. You can be like, what do you guys think you want to do next session? What are you excited for? And then you plan in that direction.
Because we stopped like right before they're like getting like into the dungeon proper.
Well, then you don't have to plan anything. You just got a dungeon run. Dungeons are great. You barely have to think during a dungeon. I feel like dungeons are one I have to think the least as a dungeon master.
Yeah, it's just like I feel like we ended up on a pretty high note, and like the next room isn't as like exciting.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I said already. That's exactly what I said. Not every single thing needs to be a punch in the face. You can have ebbs and flows. You need ebbs and flows, or you get tired and bored.
Okay.
That's why the idea of the 5-room dungeon exists. The 5-room dungeon isn't, here's a big crazy wacky fight, here's a bigger crazy wackier fight, here's a bigger crazy wackier fight. No, they're completely different vibes, and that's the point. The point is you want to change the dynamic. You want to flow. Too much of the same thing gets redundant and boring. And sometimes that means doing something more downplayed and quiet to make those bigger ups feel more up, you know?
Yeah. Okay, it does give me a few.
I wouldn't worry about that much. I wouldn't worry about that much.
I have like a general idea of what they're like encountering, but.
I mean, I would make sure I have the room planned. You don't want to just go into a dungeon.
I have the room and I have like the. I set up like I was actually gonna have that session today, but like people canceled. These are like the most like depressing snacks. Or you buy snacks like right before the session and it gets canceled, and you eat them by yourself. It's the most depressing snacks possible.
That's funny.
Yeah, but like I have like the room and the like tokens and everything like set up in the roll d20 because we were supposed to do it online. I don't know. I'm just like thinking of like a vibe. Like an overall vibe, but like it's mostly like physically, it's mostly like a room with like knolls and like a couple of like really weird looking walls. I'm thinking of like more like a vibe. Like right now, I'm having like the knolls, like most of them like being in a side cave, like not really, like towards like the rest of the dungeon. And like a few of them are just like eating stuff like in front of a bonfire and like throwing the bones and stuff like down to where the players are. I don't know. I'm just like thinking of like a general vibe that like fit that.
I mean, it sounds like you have an idea of what you're doing. It doesn't. I think that you're second guessing yourself. It sounds like you have it sounds like you have a sense of it. I'm not really, because you're not really asking a question. It sounds like you're just sort of sharing, and what you're sharing all sounds good. Like I would just keep going. I think you need to not worry about it so much. That would be my main advice, would be to trust your skills, to trust that your players are going to have a good time. And if you feel like you don't have enough detail planned and you have time and you're enjoying planning, then write up more detail. But I think that I think it's going to be fine. I think that you are worrying in a way that you don't need to as much.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. All right.
Okay,
thank you for the
cool.
call, buddy.
Thanks.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
That was Fluffcopter. Man, everybody loves second guessing themselves, huh? Why is that? Why do we live in a world of such second guessing, huh? I don't know. What? I don't want this music. I want different music. Ooh, smooth jazz. I want this kind of jazz. Question: the cantrip prestidigitation lets you clean or sully an object. When covered in hot fudge, I am sullied. Can I use prestidigitation to cover my ice cream toppings like hot fudge? No, it can't make food. Also, I would say you being covered in hot fudge is maybe sullied, but ice cream being covered in hot fudge is not sullied. It doesn't actually add anything to it. It just makes it dirty, gross. So I would say no. I would say no is my answer to that question. It's a great question, but my answer would just be no. What is Stream Elements doing that's so crazy? Is it just activating too much? Why are people screaming about Stream Elements? Could you sully something with golden dirt? No. No, and I wouldn't even, honestly, I wouldn't even give that the time of day. I would just sort of be like, nah. I would just be like, nah. Is food not an object? Not for D&D mechanics. Well, maybe for some, but not for that one. It's saying things like every 3 to 4 minutes? That's crazy. All right, I'll try to tone it back. I'm not sure why it's doing that. All right, I'm seeing. Hopefully I can change it a little bit. All right, I just made them all on bigger timers, so hopefully that'll make a difference. I don't know why that was happening. I will tell you, here's the thing. Prestidigitation, the truth of the matter is D&D spells, I hate to get into this, but if you guys are trying to push, I'm going to be real fucking honest. D&D spells do exactly what they do and not a word more. And if you disagree with that, that's fine, but you are using Homebrew. So, very specifically, prestidigitation can only do the things that it has listed. So when we're talking about cleaning or soiling objects, let's say you can instantly clean or soil an object no larger than 1 cubic foot. What does that mean? Does that mean you can decide how it's dirty? No. Not at all. It just becomes dirty as defined by the spell. That's it. So you have no power to make it summon objects or things like that. Devil's Advocate, D&D always says you can do something and rarely says you can't do something. D&D does not say you always can do something. And that is a wonderful and woeful misinterpretation by people that are new to the game or are thinking about their specific home game and what works for them, but not really the context of the rules of a larger thing and all the encompassing things connected to it. So that is a wonderful attitude to have for your home table. And it is a wonderful ideological attitude to have as a game designer. But when it comes to what the spells do, unless you are deciding to actively reinterpret the rules, they do what they say they do and not a thing more. And that might not be the way you run the game, but that certainly is the way the game is intended to be run. That being said, the game does encourage you to run it the way you want to run it. But if you want to know about the way that it's actually intended to be run, you can't summon, you can't automatically control it to do anything. They can do more. It requires DM approval, but that's true of every single fucking thing, man. That's not a real rule. That's like saying, yeah, but it can do other things if you decide to change the rules. Of course. If you decide to change the rules, it can do anything. By that same logic, you could shoot fireballs with prestidigitation. That's not an argument. Doesn't mean anything. If there are no rules, there's no rules. I agree with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly. All right, let me grab Stinky Wizzle. What a weird name. Hey, Stinky Wizzle, what's up?
Hey, Stinky Wizzle Toots is a reference to Ren and Stimpy.
Ah, how's it going today?
It's going very well. Thank you very much for doing this. For doing this stream. It's nice to have somebody you can bounce ideas off of.
Yeah, sure. It's fun. It's fun for me too.
All right, so I'm a forever DM, but I get the opportunity to play as a player for like the first time in 12 years, and I'm going to be a swashbuckler. So I wanted to ask you a couple of things on your opinion of some battle mechanics.
Sure.
All right, so if you are going to take the disarm, first of all, one of the weapons I'm going to use is a whip, which has a reach of 10 feet.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If you use the disarm action in combat, it says that the creature drops the item, right? And then if you use the disarming attack battlemaster like option, it says that it falls to the ground.
Yes.
Now, if you were going to grab someone's weapon with your whip and you wanted to like pull it into your own hand, would you allow a player to use their one item like object interaction during the round if they made like a sleight of hand check?
If they were a battle master and they were using the disarming battle master maneuver,
yes,
I might allow them to not drop the item but to pull it to you. If they were using the whip and they decided to expend 2 uses of battle master die to do that, but I wouldn't just let it automatically happen. No.
No. Okay. And then.
But I would make it cost a resource too. I wouldn't just make it a point, because that's disarming is quite strong. Disarming and automatically holding the thing is 3 or 4 times stronger.
I wouldn't say automatically. I would say that you would have to make a sleight of hand check to do it.
Even if it was just an extra check, I think it's phenomenally more. It's more powerful in a way that is bigger than 1 + 1. It is 1 multiplied by something.
All right, so then you'd have to use like two of your
Here's what I would do. I would use 1 superiority die to do disarming strike as an action. And then maybe I would use another superiority die for a fictional new battlemaster maneuver I'd make up called like fancy whip move, where you could you could have the whip in, you could use the whip's reach to interact with things with your own reach or something like that.
Okay. All right. The other thing that I wanted to ask you is, he's going to be equipped with an adamantine rapier. Okay.
Sure.
So, and when you attack another object with an adamantine weapon, you get an automatic crit on it, right?
That is not how. Wait, say that again.
Okay, so if you have an adamantine weapon,
19 to 20, right? They don't automatically crit.
No, adamantine weapons on objects.
Oh, on objects automatically.
Yeah, on
crit.
objects.
Yeah, sure.
On objects.
Yeah.
So if you're going to go and attack someone who has a longsword, okay, and it does an automatic crit, in the Dungeon Master's Guide, it gives hit points for objects that are of certain size. So like a long sword is small, right? And it says if it's a resilient object, it has like a 3d6 hit points, or like average of 10. If you were the Dungeon Master, would you make certain objects a certain AC, or excuse me, would you make certain objects a certain hit point value, and then it would vary a few points? Or would you be like, any small object has 3d6, so any longsword could be a 3 hit point, or it could be an 18 hit point?
I would probably, if I was a Dungeon Master running that, I would probably make up the hit points randomly on the fly when my player tried to do that, depending on the specific thing they were breaking. I wouldn't use any wholesale things. I might look at the suggestions of the Dungeon Master's Guide to get a sense of what they would be, but I would make it up per object. I also would, if this was something that somebody was holding, the creature would take no damage if they got hit by that attack, and I would probably make that attack much harder to hit. Like I might make it plus, probably I'd make it between +3 and +5 to the AC to land that hit, because it's a much harder hit to land.
Yeah, so if it was like an iron or steel object, instead of having an AC of 19, you'd have it be like an AC of 24.
I wasn't even thinking about it like that. I'm gonna be honest. The idea of needing to figure out the hit points and armor for every object is annoying just to think about to me. And if my player was like, I want to play a character that does this, I would probably not fully explain the mechanic to them, other than to make a targeted shot on a creature, it is going to be their AC +5.
Okay.
Or +3. And if you land that shot, then depending on what you're hitting, you'll do damage to that thing.
Because I wanted to be able to sunder someone's weapon when I was attacking them.
Yeah, I would say that should be very hard to do, because that is incredibly powerful.
Yeah, I assumed so. I assumed that it would be very difficult, but that's why I wanted the adamantine rapier.
Yeah, okay. I mean, just so you know, as far as I'm aware, you can't auto-target items that people are holding in rules as written in D&D. So there are no established rules for that. It's not really designed to be used in that way. Like the adamantine rapier is not designed to smash someone's weapon. It's designed to smash objects. But objects aren't being worn or carried 99% of the time. So what you're asking for is a pretty fundamental change in the core mechanics of the game, in a way that, depending on how the rules were implemented, could essentially be more powerful than would be reasonable for you to be able to do, unless it was on a more severe resource than Battlemaster Superiority Die. Like, the idea to destroy someone's weapon is the kind of thing that I would probably put on a very rare magic item, and I would let that be able to happen once a day on a saving throw. I wouldn't make it happen more than that. So, one that they're holding. Smashing things that people aren't holding is less of a big deal. But that's also just me. Your Dungeon Master might feel differently. But I would, like, if my player came to me with that idea, I would try to talk them out of doing that idea, probably.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your opinion.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for asking. I appreciate the call. It's a cool idea. It just requires a lot of work to balance, because the implications are broad. The implications are broad.
If you're going to do it, because, like, the AC of, like, an iron object is 19, and then if somebody's waving it around, I assume that you'd have to hit something that's like a 26 armor class, something like.
Yeah, it would be it'd be hard. I don't know what it would be, but like, I don't know. It's a neat idea. If your Dungeon Master is down to do that work for you, I'd say go for it. But I would not be upset with them if they weren't either.
Oh yeah. All right, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
No problem. It's a cool idea. It's one of those ideas that, like, if D&D, if you could have the universe rules, like the AC of things in a computer, that system would work fine.
Yeah, it's just because you don't want your Dungeon Master to have to, like, calculate.
Well,
like,
I'll tell you what I'm thinking of. If I had a player that did that, I could very easily see a situation where I would interpret the rules in one way, in one situation, and then down the line, that same situation would come up, but I would not want to interpret the rules the same way because it would be too strong in that situation, and then the player would get frustrated. And
No,
in order to avoid that situation, I would need to be planning retroactively for like all of that, and I just wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, don't want to create a headache for your DM.
No, and you don't want to create disappointment for your player either.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. Thank you. I just want to be a swashbuckler, and since I DM all the time,
yeah,
I want to do a whole bunch of like weird things during combat to keep it, like because we're doing Tome of Annihilation, and I've never done it before, and so I just want to do I want a very unique experience.
Swashbuckler Rogue is one of my favorite rogues. It's a very strong one.
Yeah. Cool. Well, thank you very much for all of your opinion.
Yeah, man. Great question. Thanks for asking. Bye. Click. Are you the kind of DM that won't let a player go fishing? I'm the kind of DM that if a player wants to go fishing and all the other players want to do something else, I'll say, if you can go fishing, but then you're just going to sort of be sitting for 20 minutes while I talk to the other players and we play D&D. I am that kind of dungeon master. If all the players want to go fishing, I'm super down to go fishing, but I am not going to run a fishing minigame for one player while the other players all want to do something else. Hey, Cinder, how would you balance prompting more ability checks, but not make them tedious? Like in the Fallout game series where it feels like your stats have use outside of combat. I feel like the stats have massive use outside of combat in D&D. So, one thing that I would do is not prompt as many questions, but encourage them. So, for example, you could say, hey, if anybody has proficiency in Arcana or Religion, you can make an Arcana or Religion check to see if you know more about this place. Hey, if anybody if anybody wants to, you can make a Survival check or an Investigation check to find clues, and depending on what sort of check you make, you're going to find something different. Just offer up when you are in a situation where you know that rolling really high on a religion, like knowing a lot of religion would benefit a character, prompt them to make a religion check. And encourage them to try to do the same for themselves. If they feel like they are really good at lying and they think they could use that in a situation, ask them if they could roll a deception check to try to let them encourage them to ask to see if a deception check would work to help them with their thing. Oh, Buildo, they would probably catch a fish. Yeah, we'd roll something to see if they caught a fish. Any tips on making a one-shot for a new DM? Don't worry about them being super complicated. Keep them simple. Keep them simple and colorful. Would you let me wrap my hands around a wizard's mouth to prevent them from casting a spell? It would probably be a contested check, and it would probably be similar to what we talked about on the weapon thing, where grappling someone is a lot easier than specifically covering their mouth so they can't speak. So it would probably be a grapple check with disadvantage. Something like that. Yeah, bite, a bonus action bite from the wizard. How would you deal with a blade song wizard lich? I'd take their swords away, and I'd say, you don't even get any swords anymore. That's how I'd deal with them. I'd be like, no songs for you, no singing with your blades. And then I'd give them a harmonica, and I'd say, this is all you get, you stupid fucking punk. And then I'd punch them, and I'd save all the people that they were trying to hurt. That's how I would deal with it. If I was going to deal with it from the Dungeon Master perspective, I would probably just give a lich a bunch of martial features. You could literally pull mechanics from the Battle Master. Guys, we only have 3 callers left. So chat, you can also ask questions. If you want to hop in the call, though, you certainly can. We're going to be doing this for about a half an hour longer, and then we're going to be shifting gears into something new and exciting. Let me grab Rust. This is Rust's second time. Let's see if they're actually around this time. Hey, Rust, are you here this time? Are you here this time, Rust? Or did you also just join back into the room and not say anything?
Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, sorry about last time. I didn't pick up the audio.
That's okay. No worries. What's up? How can I help you today?
Okay, so I was having a bit of an issue with an encounter.
With a what? With a what encounter?
end boss encounter.
End boss. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So it's a bit weird. So, do you know Legend of Zelda?
Yeah, I worked on that game.
Right. It's been a while since I've seen this. Okay, so drawing attention to the Force Sword, from my knowledge that anyone can actually wield it.
Sure.
Even that the kukri or what I forgot what the creatures are that made it, but still. I was going to give the item to Ganon. The players are that way. The players aren't just fighting one man; they're all getting their all individual enemy.
Do you want to run the combat like that? Have you ever? D&D isn't really. I mean, you could do that, but action economy is designed. D&D is kind of designed for the players to have. I wouldn't make them all fight their own thing the whole time. I would let them work together too, probably.
Oh, that's not what I meant. I mean, like, there's 4 enemies versus 4. It's not outnumbered. Just like the idea of, like,
your
how
players could
Link
be
would be
outnumbered.
one-on-one.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand that. But what I guess what I mean is, all right, continue your idea. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Continue your idea. My first thought was, I don't know if you need to do that, but I want to hear the whole idea first.
Okay, so the Force Sword divides them into 4 different ones. I was going to split them up in, like, Malice, the whole demonic version, the magic side from, like, Twilight idea. We have the perfect swordsman from the original, and one I wasn't really sure what we were going to do with, but that was to be determined. I had a co-DM that thought that the combat would take too long for different Ganons.
Well, how complicated is each Ganon stat block going to be?
Well, from the Hyrule supplement that we have, the reference is level 35 to 25. I was going to bump it down.
No, but you're not answering my question. But, like, that's what's going to be what makes it hard or not, is how complicated the stat block is. If each Ganon stat block has a basic attack move and a special move and maybe a special reaction move, and that's it, then I don't think it'll be particularly longer than any other combat to run. If you treat each individual Ganon stat block as a Ganon, where they're getting actions, reactions, legendary actions, bonus actions, multiple different things they can do, then yeah, it's going to be fucking tedious to run.
Yeah, no, I would most likely just give one of them a legendary action at most.
I wouldn't, if you're splitting them up into 4, don't give them any legendary reactions.
No? Okay.
The only reason legendary actions exist is to help monsters in the action economy.
Okay. Then
it would just be it would just be it would be completely unnecessary, and it would be too much.
The other thing, I could separate these two from the fight, but originally they were going to be in there. So in our timeline, Link died, and currently Ganon is in the. We're in Ocarina of Time area where he's in the realm. He's in the sacred realm. So Link is in our realm. He's in the normal realm, but he died. He gets put in there, and he's going to be zombified basically, with the Triforce of courage still stuck on his body for some reason.
Yeah, courage.
Now, I was going to have the players fight against this Link as well as in the same battle, but I could put it in a different battle. Would it be recommended to do it different and separately?
I mean, that depends on your players. It sounds like it should be. It sounds like a totally different vibe. So I'd probably make it its own thing.
Okay. The last one was a bit odd. So the Force Sword has, what was his name? The wizard.
Ganondorf.
No,
Gandalf.
not Ganon. No.
Dumbledore. Radagast.
Now you're just
Merlin.
messing with me.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I know absolutely everything about Zelda lore, but please continue with your question.
It's the first actual enemy in lore-wise. That's not Malice.
Oh yeah. It's Severus.
No. Okay, I was wrong. This shows how much I was. Shows how much I actually have lore about it. No. It's the one that gets trapped inside the Force Ward.
Severus.
Is that this name?
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought it was one of the Minish.
Maybe it's Seminish? I don't know. I thought it was Severus.
Okay. He was a really powerful wizard. He turned one of the Minish into a hat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He's basically stuck inside the sword, and Ganon would turn him into a pet, basically, think Twilight Princess the dog.
Oh, I'm thinking it.
Yeah, literally just that beast is
Okay.
what we would be fighting.
Okay.
Would I count that in the same fight or go separately with the link?
Man, you're asking me the same fucking question 3 times in a row. You have to decide for yourself what monsters are going to fit in your fight or not. I think that at the end of the day, if you think it'll be cool to put them together, you should do that. But it sounds like a fight where you're running 4 different Ganon stat blocks that are all sort of unique is going to be fairly complicated on its own. I don't think you need to add anything else to that. If you disagree, you should. But, and if you want to ask me about any other characters, I'm going to say the same thing again. Because that's what it comes down to. It comes down to, it doesn't really matter. What matters more is it going to be manageable for you to run? And is it going to be fun for the players to do combat with and be reasonable for them to fight? If I was doing a thing where they were fighting a boss and the boss split into 4, I probably would just have that be the thing they were fighting.
Okay. I was asking because Codium was having an issue with the idea. I wanted a second opinion. That's all.
Yep. No, it's fine. Yep. My opinion would be, if you're going to be running 4 unique monster stat blocks, that is probably enough. Normally, when you're running a combat encounter, regardless of what it is, if you're going to have a bunch of different monsters in it, you might have 2 or 3 unique stat blocks. You'll have like a big guy and a bunch of little guys and some archers. But usually, most of them are fairly simple, where it's like they just have an attack and maybe one neat ability or one weird resistance, which is why I wanted to know how complicated your stat blocks were, because that, again, is going to be the biggest difference between how hard or easy it is to run. If each Ganon stat block is fairly simple, then it'll be fairly simple. If each Ganon has multiple things going on, then you don't want to spend too much time like needing to remember all of that and going through it. And you want it to be easy enough to comprehend that you as dungeon masters can run it without needing to spend too much time reflecting on the stat block, and so that your players can kind of understand what the monsters are doing too. Because if there's too much going on that the players don't even keep track of what the monsters are doing, then it doesn't feel cool. It just feels like chaos, you know?
Okay. Thank you. That's all I really wanted.
All right. I appreciate the question. Have a good one. Click. That was Rust. New DM here. One of my players, level 2 high elf wizard, wants a large rideable wolf creature, and I'm lost. I'm not sure how to make it work. Note, they also want to be able to fight alongside it with the group. They could multi-class ranger or Drake Warden. They could, I mean, there's lots of, there's summoning spells. Or they could, you could have them find a bear that they could raise. There's not really a mechanical way to do that without getting the right spell to do that, which there are spells to do. Find Steed and Find Greater Steed both exist. They're not on the wizard spell list, but you might be able to find ways around that. Or special magic items that give you control of animals. Or if you want to, you could have them, find an animal and try to train it. That could also work. Those are my thoughts. But I would say be wary of giving them too much extra power. Most of player power is intended to come from their class. And there are at least 2 different subclasses completely devoted to having a pet that you can ride and fight with. So they might want to consider multi-classing. Maybe. All right, let's grab Derail. A bag of tricks could also work. Yeah, a bag of tricks is a great magic item for that. Although you don't get to pick what your animal is. So sometimes they'll throw it and it'll be like a weasel. And that's going to be a hard animal to ride. But if it's like a giant elk, then you're in it. Then you're groovy. All right, let's grab Derail. Hey, Derail, how's it going, buddy? Uh-oh. Derail doesn't have the mic set up properly in the Discord, it looks like. All right, Derail, I'm going to give you a couple seconds to figure your shit out, and then we're going to hang up on you very cordially. And I hope you won't be upset. All right, looks like it's not working. Love you, bye. All right, that was Derail. Let's get Demon Air in here. Let's get Demon Air in here. Hey, Demon Air, what's up?
Hey, man, how's it going?
It's going well. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. I was hoping to get your wisdom once again. This is my second time asking you a question.
Sure.
So this is kind of a two-part question. Long time D&D player and DM. I'm actually in 4 sessions a week, so quite a bit of my spare time goes to it. 2 of my sessions are done with the same group of people. We've been playing for about 6 years. I'm having an issue now where the DM is awarding inspiration based on notes that people are taking on online forum. And all of my notes, because I'm a little bit older in terms of D&D experience. So I'm more of an in-person note taker.
Sure.
So I'm running into the issue where I feel, I hate using that term, but it's like that I'm never getting awarded for taking notes, drawing maps, things like that.
First of all, don't feel bad for feeling that way. That's totally, I would feel annoyed if I was in that situation too. It's a very normal way to feel. Have you brought up this concern to your dungeon master at all?
It's a thin line. The reason is because they all know each other in person. And I'm the only one who's coming in terms of remote, even though we play through Roll20 remotely in Discord. So it's I think it's not being done intentionally, and I've sit down and had the discussion before, and it's one of those things where it gets corrected, and then a couple weeks later, or it's not even a couple weeks, let's say a couple months, it goes back to it happening again. You see what I'm saying?
So you have had the conversation before where you're like, hey, I like taking notes in person, but I feel like everyone else is getting rewarded for their taking notes, and it's feeling weird.
Yes, and the response that was given was, we don't give inspiration a lot. The only times we give inspiration is one on your birthday, inspiration on your birthday, and the other times would be very randomly, when one person's like, hey, I remember this thing from 2 months ago that I have written down, or he'll randomly go on and check to make sure,
But I mean, it sounds like it's happening enough that you're bothered by it. So does your dungeon master just have like a skewed perception on how often it's actually happening?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you feel comfortable talking to them about this more, or do you feel like you need to find alternative solutions?
I feel like I need to find alternative solutions. I feel like every time I'm talking it's gonna come to the point where it might feel like I'm begging for inspiration. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I would say one of two things. There's kind of a more aggressive, there's more of a confrontational response, and there's more of a passive response. With 3 options. The more confrontational response would be start taking note of how many inspiration points people are getting from the online notes.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And then go to your dungeon master in a month or 2 and be like, hey man, I know you said this doesn't happen a lot, but I just been noticing that, like, you know, Jojo Banana Pants got 9 instances of inspiration from his notes, so it kind of is happening a lot. Could we maybe change the way we do this, or do something to make it more like everybody is getting it together or something? But like, you literally don't bring it to them like, fuck you, you're wrong. Bring it to them like, hey man, I noticed that, you know, like that sort of thing. So that's
like you're solving a problem instead of creating one.
Yeah, and that's a little bit confrontational, but if you're comfortable with that and you feel like you can navigate that without it coming off as like aggressive, that might be what I would do. But the other thing that I would maybe do, and this might not work either, but would be to be like, hey, could we... The note-taking is like a group activity. Like, we're all doing this. So when you notice there's cool things in the notes, could we all just get a point of inspiration? Like,
that's a good idea.
Like,
too.
you don't need to punish people for taking notes, but you shouldn't punish people. You shouldn't not reward people for, taking notes in their own way. And it is sort of a group thing. Those are the 2 things that come to my head. Is one, to be like, if you feel like the dungeon master just needs a little evidence, just bring a little evidence. But if you feel like that's not going to work and that's lead to more arguments, I might not do that. What I started to do in my games is I don't give inspiration at all. The players give it to each other. So basically, the way that I work is I have an inspiration pool. Yeah, so I have an inspiration pool that I use, which is basically, I usually make it, depending on my amount of players I have, it is 1 or 2 less than the amount of players at the table. So if you have 4 players at the table, maybe I'll have 2 at a time. And a player can give another player inspiration, and if they do, they pull 1 out of the pool, and that player has inspiration. Now there's 1 inspiration the table can give, they can give it to another player. Now 2 people have inspiration, no one can give any inspiration until those people use that inspiration again. So it
Is this per session?
Yeah, it's per session. So it creates like a little mini game resource management system for people to, and it encourages you to use your inspiration because it allows it to be given again. And then the other thing is my players don't try to fuck with me that much, but I am fairly like, they don't try to take advantage of that. Like, nobody's being like, inspiration. Like, it only works if people are down to like genuinely only use it for like, that guy did something cool. The other thing that's cool about players giving each other inspiration is it encourages players to celebrate in each other feeling cool, which is, I think, one of the best feelings in D&D, when the players like all look at you and you're like, you did something cool, and that encourages that. But that's not necessarily going to help your problem. But that is what I do.
It's funny that you said that, because that kind of rolls into my second question.
Sure.
If we have time.
Yeah.
And the second question is kind of dealing with a certain player archetype, because I'm running into a situation now where I'm playing with this individual. We've gone through almost all the Faerun adventures. We're preparing for Vecna, which is going to be like our end of our Faerun kind of campaign. And he's playing the same archetype over and over, and it's kind of the one that's like, I'm gonna do something wacky and ruin the fun. It's gonna be in character. Do you know what I'm saying? It's almost like an excuse.
Yep, I know exactly what you're saying.
And at first I just thought like, oh, he's just playing a quirky character, or he actually is quirky, and that's just him coming through the role play onto the table. I was kind of fine with it. But what I've noticed is that over the past, 2-3 years playing with him, it's getting progressively where he likes to press buttons. He likes to press the DM's buttons. And it's getting to the point now where we're late enough in the campaign where the button pressing is causing consequences for the entire campaign. And we've been playing for years.
Does this bother the players other than you, and does this bother the dungeon master?
It's yes, but not to the point where they've discussed it with them. It's bothering me because I'm how can I say this? Since I'm more experienced, I've seen games without it. A lot of these players,
you see the potential. You see the potential.
Yes. Yes. Which they've never played a game without it. So
Yeah.
they just see it as a part of Dungeons and Dragons.
So you guys have been playing together, and this has been the norm for like more than a year, you said?
Yeah, we about probably 3 or 4.
What I might do if I were you is I might privately approach the Dungeon Master and ask them what they're thinking about it, if it's bothering them, if it's not. And it's hard because if genuinely, if people don't care, it is okay, which is like hard to deal with. But if you do care, that is somebody not being okay with it. So that's all it takes. So if I were you, I might just say that to the Dungeon Master, and I might not say exactly what you just said, but be like, hey, this is starting to bother me. I think we should have some sort of rule or something where, you know, Ackle can't mess with things that will be detrimental to the other player characters. Like if they want to mess with things, they can mess with NPCs, they can mess with the world, but I'm not having fun with them messing with other people, and it's taking the fun away from the game for me. And I feel like it's making me not enjoy it as much. And you could even, you know, I wouldn't speak for other players, but you could talk 100%. You could talk about your own personal experience and just say like, and you know what you could even do? You could even say to them, like, maybe ask the other players are at it. Some of them might be feeling the same way. I don't know, but it's how I feel. And just be really honest and just be like, I don't like this. It's 100%. Making the game less fun for me.
Just to kind of clarify, if this was an issue that was on a micro scale affecting just like this campaign or, you know, the last couple sessions or this, you know, particular saga or whatever you want to call it, I wouldn't care as much.
Yeah.
But the fact is we play, you know, 2-3 times a week.
Yeah, no, it's a lot, man. I know I've literally kicked people out of games a year and a half in because I was like learning how to be a dungeon master and learning that I didn't like the way they were playing and trying to encourage play that I was comfortable with, and it didn't work. Like I've been there. I've had to kick people that I'm still good friends with. I don't play with D&D with sometimes because it was a struggle. But also I think it's okay to ask for what you need to have fun at the table. Even if you're the most experienced player, that doesn't mean you have to pretend something is okay if it's not okay for you. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, 100%.
Speak up for yourself. And I wouldn't be surprised if you're not the only one that feels that way. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't turn it into like you bringing it up in a big town hall type way where it's like we are
a witch hunt.
Yeah,
right?
But I would bring it up to the dungeon master and maybe encourage them to be like, hey, could you just check with the other players? Because if I'm feeling alone in this, then maybe I'll just try to figure out how to deal with it. But if other people are feeling this too, like this is not a good habit and it's taking away from the flow of the game in a way that is only fun for that person. And it's not actually fun for anyone else. You can, sort of talk about it that way. Like you don't need to be like, I know what's better, but you could be like, this is a problem that I see and that I'm a little worried about, and I feel it myself, and I'm wondering if other people are feeling it.
Well, thank you so much for your advice.
Yeah,
I want
man.
to say one last thing, man. I really appreciate all your content. Going through a rough spot, and it's just been a delight to have you distracted, and I can't thank you from the bottom of my heart. So
well, that's
really
very kind. That's very kind. Listen, we all go through rough spots, and they can feel like the bottom of a well, but we climb out of that well eventually.
100%.
We get out of there.
So thank you, and I appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful night.
You too, buddy.
Okay?
Be good to yourself.
Take care.
Bye. All right, that was Demon Air. Oh my God, I need to pee so much. Okay, we're gonna take a little break. I'm gonna go pee. I need to pee so much. I'm the king of P right now. Where's the fucking P screen? There it is. Nope, that's not it. All right, guys. I'm going to be right back. I'll play some slightly different music. And I'll be back in a little bit. I got to pee. Stuck to my fucking chair. My belt fell off. I'm back. Did I miss anything exciting? Anything crazy happen while I was gone? I gotta check something. Okay. Friends, neighbors, countrymen. We are going to be changing gears now a little bit. We are no longer going to be taking calls. If you didn't get a call in, I apologize. We will be doing calls again later in the week or next week. You can still ask questions in chat if you want to. But we are going to start setting up for Helldivers. Which means I got to change some things on my... All my things on Twitch I got to change really quickly. Yeah, you need to be in there a little earlier. That's okay. We got through a bunch of calls today. For democracy. One second. What is Mudcat's Twitch name? I don't actually know. Banana. Is Helldivers 2 good? It is awesome. Give me 1 second. what's your Twitch handle? Hey, are we playing? I'm ready. Well, in a minute. Setting up Twitch. What's Mudcat's Twitch handle? Oh, Mudcat. Okay. Oh, I'm so dumb. Okay. Mudcat. Okay. And then we got to switch the category to Helldivers. Okay. Done. We're Helldiving. I got to do it on YouTube too. Give me 1 second. YouTube. We Are Freedom. We'll call it We Are Freedom, I think. That's probably a good name, right? Where did I put it? Down, 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 down. Do 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 do. Ba da dee 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 day dee 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 do. Fine, I'll do it the old-fashioned way. It's gonna take me a couple minutes. Chat. Are you living your life? Hopefully. Doing a good one? There we go. Okay. Okay. Saved. I am ready. All right, I gotta turn everything off. Music off. Goodbye, music. Goodbye, music. Goodbye, music. We don't need you anymore. We don't need you anymore. We need everything closed that I don't need right now.
Mine?
No. We need that still. Guys, I'm going to be playing Helldivers with the fantastic Mudcat and Caustic Phoenix. Oh, I'm so excited. We're going to be killing so many creatures of the realm. Did it not save? Oh, it did. Okay, cool. Can you give me an example of a situation where you would ask this question? Should a DM reuse perception checks for different instances? It depends, I think, on how much percepting is happening. Fine. Check it out. I didn't realize we were doing it. I didn't realize we were just... Okay, I did it too early. We can answer a couple more questions in chat. I messed up. We have more time. Chat, we can keep answering your D&D questions for a little bit. That is funny. You guys want to film a YouTube video with me right now? That could be fun. Here, let's film a YouTube video. I need to get some good art. Let's see. Helldivers. What do you think I should start it with? What's the catch? What's the opening? Is it like, wow, monsters? You guys like killing bugs? How many feet do you have? It's going to be great. Okay, we'll take this picture. Then we'll take this picture. Then we'll take this picture. Okay. And then I think we're ready to go. You don't feel comfortable with which question? How would you run a game where there's no BBEG? The BBEG doesn't need to be a monster. The BBEG could be an apocalypse. It could be the weather. It could be resource management. The BBEG could be many things. How many feet do I have? Hundreds. We've talked about this on stream before. All right, you guys want to see me film a video? I'm going to turn this off for a second. Let's actually just make it white. No, let's just turn it off for a second. All right, guys. This is how you get famous on YouTube. You ready? I'm going to take my headphones off for it. For freedom. For democracy. For friendship. For epic. For awesome bug smashing. Okay, that was pretty good. For hanging out with me playing Helldivers 2 with other awesome creators, click this little link down here. I'm live right now. There we go. There's the short. I think it's good. I think it's pretty good. Let's do some like oh, I wonder if I can just do the theme song. Helldivers 2 main theme. Yeah, perfect. For friendship, for awesome bug smashing, for hanging out with me playing Helldivers 2 with other awesome creators. Click this little link down here. Perfect. God, we're so good at this. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. And we're gonna call this Kill All Bugs. I don't even know if we're gonna go bug hunting. I like fighting the bugs so much more than I like fighting the robots right now. But they're also easier. So that might be part of it. All right. All right, I'm back. I'm back, guys. I'm back. I'm sorry. I like having BBEGs, but that's because I like running kind of simple games. I'm not a complicated man. Delete that. Let's change this. Now the question is, how many feet do you have? Let's do this. Helldivers. Helldiver. Starship. Troopers. Gaming. This is the exciting content right here, guys. This is what you really are here for. Let's see how quickly Cinder can tag his video. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's enough. We don't need to over-tag it. For democracy! Oh, yes. Oh, we're going to be so for democracy. You guys don't have any idea. I will say, I've been playing this game a little bit off camera, and it is fucking fun. And I just unlocked a new gun that I'm so excited to use. It's going to be so good. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Okay. I think this is probably enough. It's not really gonna get that many views, but it'll get a couple. A couple people will see it, hopefully. Okay, boom. We need to get ready for battle, actually. So we need to get some battle music ready. We need battle music. Oh, that's sound effects. We don't need battle sound effects. Okay, we need some, like, epic build. Yes. Get ready, friends! We can turn my silly light back on. Okay, we need this. We need this. We need this. We need this. Friends, neighbors, countrymen. It is time. The diving will soon begin. Prepare yourselves. I have a pretty sick-ass loadout right now because I just got a new gun that I'm very excited for. I just got the auto cannon, which allows me to just be a tank as a person. But I also got other things. You'll see all sorts of stuff. Let's be honest, it's gonna be pretty sick. Oh yes, it is. All right, let's turn off that. No one will see this. We will all see this. Right now, my favorite gun is the laser gun, even though I know it's bad, but it's just fun to shoot bugs with. That's all I care about is shooting bugs. That's all I care about in my whole life. I need to get something to drink. Shit. I can get water from the sink. Yeah, everyone go comment. No one will see this. That's perfect. Perfect. Please, please, please. It's a great comment. Whenever I post shorts that are like, I'm live, I inevitably get like 2 or 3 comments where the comment is like, this comment will be deleted. It does happen. Oh, it does happen. All right, I need to like move some of my fucking gobbledygook around here a little bit. Ooh, yes. Uh-oh. Wrong move. I think we need a little bit more here. Yes. For democracy indeed. You know, we've spent a lot of time, friends, living our lives peacefully, living comfortably, without a care in the world. We don't question why we get to pay taxes. We don't question why the government gets to send us, why we get to go to space. We only question, nyeh, 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 nyeh. But it's time to put nyeh, 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 nyeh behind us. It's time for you to do your part. Today, we are going to join in the collective protection of Super Earth. from the forms of the tyrannid aliens, the Terminids, and the evil robots whose name I forget. Oh yes, we shall find our way. We are close. We are closer than we've ever been. We're closer than we'll ever be? Who's to say? I don't know. But I believe in you. And I believe in us. Oh, it has grabbed me, Critical Chai. I have been grabbed. Consider me grabbed. Yeah, we're gonna fight the Tyranids and the Necrons. Exactly. Exactly. I have 3 comments. Are they all no one will see this? 2 of them are. That's all I need. For democracy. For freedom. We shall fight back these swarms. We shall make a stand. All right, let's turn this game on, maybe, huh? Some of y'all might not have even seen it before. All right, we're entering. We're entering into the drop zone, the dive. Let's go. Let's ride some shenanigans for freedom. This mug was given to me by Caustic Phoenix and Mudcat, who I'm about to play this game with tonight. All you people that are like, nice mug, sick mug. Yeah. And I only have it because of them. Oh, you missed a lot. You missed mountains. But that's okay. Look how little I am now.
Super Earth, our home. Prosperity. Liberty.
Hi there.
Democracy. Our way of life.
Oh, hello.
But freedom doesn't come free.
No! Sweet liberty! No!
Look familiar? Scenes like these are happening all over the galaxy right now. You could be next. That is, unless you make the most important decision of your life.
And become a
Prove
hell
to yourself
diver.
that you have the strength and the courage to be free.
Join the Helldivers.
Peacekeeping force. Dude, the music is so good.
And spread managed democracy throughout the galaxy. Become a hero. Become a legend.
Let's go.
Become
I'm so ready.
Helldiver.
Go, we are gonna kill so many fucking bugs. Yeah, I've played a little bit before. By a little bit, I mean a medium amount. This is my ship, the Song of Serenity. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your stay. This is me. Just living my life. All right, I did just buy a new gun called the Breaker, which is equipped and awesome. And then I also bought a new explodey thing, and I think I spent most of my money on that. Let me just check. Yeah, okay. For the Emperor, I've been yelling for the Emperor more than I've been yelling for Super Earth. Okay, wait, I need to fix something. I'm seeing... Oh, shit, we don't want to do that. I want to move some stuff around. Let's put you guys... I don't know, where do you guys want to go? Down here? Or... And you guys go down here? Seems reasonable. Crazy Moose super chatted $50. You're insane. So you're back from outer space. I just dropped in to defend freedom and the entire human race. I've got a trigger-happy Glock. There's no way you're killing me. I'm here for Super Earth. And to defend democracy, I will survive. I don't know why the Super Chat didn't do the text-to-speech, so I had to do it for you. Because I don't think Super Chat does text-to-speech for whatever reason. I couldn't get it to work. But I hope that my song of that was made up for it. Because that was awesome. Thank you, Crazy Moose. Very generous. Very generous. All right. Hello.
Also, I'm supposed to join the others.
Hello.
Oh, that's a CinderBlocksally that I hear.
Ahoy, hoy.
Hi there, friend.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Dude, I am so... Have you played this game yet?
Only once. And I was obviously the best super citizen ever.
Okay, I've played it quite a bit. And by quite a bit, I mean 3 times. But
excellent.
It is so much... Oh, it's so much fun. I'm so ready.
I don't know how to join Mudcat. We're supposed to join his ship.
Always have a vote.
Okay, so what we do... I'll teach you how. Go to... I'm not friends with... Tell him he has to... I don't know if I'm his friend on...
Steam.
Steam. I have to become his friend on Steam.
Okay. That's right. It's through Steam. Dang it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could join... I could go on your ship.
Yeah. But we're not going to use my ship because I don't want to drive. I don't want to choose places because I don't know what places to choose.
Okay, cool. Let
Wait.
me...
Hold on. Can they not... Cinder, say some words.
Banana, 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 banana.
Oh, you all can only hear me. Okay, that's not working. Hold on.
Friend me on
I can change
Steam.
Yeah. Let me... My Discord sounds are coming through.
I don't know how to do that, to have things go in my headphones and not have them come out of the desktop.
Yeah, that's true. I think I have a few ideas, but it's on the back end. This one should work. Also, I might have to close some things down. I feel like my stream is slowing down a lot because I have like 5 things running right now.
Oh yeah, I had to do that also. Okay, let me see that. Friends. Add friend.
Can you all hear him now?
Friend
Cinder is still
code.
muted.
All right, I'm going to give
Okay.
my friend code to Mudcat in Discord.
Escape ever.
Where is Discord? Oh, too many
Well-
windows open at once.
Still no Cinder. Okay. Yeah, you keep talking. I'm gonna figure out why they can't hear you. Let's go to advanced audio properties. Discord. Is right.
Are you going to friend me, Mudcat? My chat can hear you, I think.
Yeah, they probably can. I can say things. Can you hear me?
Chatty, can you hear me?
How about now?
Dude, can I tell you something that one of my chatters just sent to me?
Yes.
I want to wait till your chat can hear me because it is amazing.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Fuck you and fuck your mother.
Hey, Mudcat. Guess
Hey, buddy,
what?
how's it
These
going?
settings, they don't work again. My chat can't hear any of y'all in Discord.
What?
Yeah. They can't hear anyone in Discord.
Chat, I will be back after a brief intermission.
We'll talk. Hey, Mudcats chat. How's it going? Ice
Hi,
cream,
Mudcats
ice
chat.
cream, ice cream. What is it for?
Best flavor of ice cream.
Best flavor?
Oh, what is it for?
What is the
Oh,
best
yeah.
flavor of ice cream?
Yeah,
how much
no,
of it how much of it do I have at a time? Because it
You
does
have to
change depending on
have-
quantity.
No, you have to have 2 healthy spoon scoops every day. For the rest of your life.
Every day? If it's
Every
every
day
day,
for
I'm
the
gonna
rest of your
go
life.
simple. I might just go chocolate. Because if it's not the same thing every day, I would do something like salted caramel for one, because that is such a good flavor of ice cream. And then
Salty caramel's
then
good.
I like weird flavors, but I don't like them too much. Like I really like cheesecake flavors. I really like flavors that incorporate raspberry and something else. But I don't know if I would want that flavor every day.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Sorry, Mudcat's in my stream now. I'm gonna be yelling from a distance.
All
He's
right.
figuring it out. He's using his eyes, it looks like.
Yep.
He's trying to close his ears out so he doesn't hear my commentary.
Cool.
No, I know. I see the Discord thing moving, but chat says they still can't hear him. Act natural. They still said
They can't hear me. I'm silent. I am the
Cinder
shadow.
could say all sorts of things and no one would know.
Poopy, 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 butt, butt, butt. Poopy, 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 fart, fart, fart. Fart, fart, fart. Fart, fart, fart. Poopy, 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 fart, fart, fart.
That is the most beautiful poopy song I've ever heard.
I'm making myself smaller on my camera. I want the chat to be able to see more of the beautiful hell diving.
I made myself way big for mine. They can hear Bell. Can you all hear Bell?
All right, I'll be bigger. Is that better, chat? Would you like it more if I was like this?
Now they'll be able to.
Okay. All right, say something, Cinder. Sing your poopy song again.
Many, many years ago when I was 23, I was married to a widow who was pretty as could be. The widow had a grown-up daughter with hair the color red. My father fell in love with her and is it happening? Is it working?
All right, we're working. We got gold.
All right. Mudcat, I just sent you my friend name in Steam so you could friend me so we can join each other's ships.
He will not be able to hear you because he's walking back to his desk.
Ah, then I shall wait and reiterate that information to him at a later time.
They would love to hear the second verse. Everyone's saying, finish the song.
Oh God, I can do should I do the whole song?
Only
All right, guys, I'm back.
Hey, Bane, how's it going? I
Okay.
need you to friend me on Steam. I just sent you my numbers.
Yeah. Give me a second.
It's okay.
and
Do you want me
I'll
to
be
just?
back.
I can take care of it. I have a great idea. 1 second.
No, I got it. I just gotta.
Can you all hear me still?
Yes.
Not, I was talking to chat. Sorry,
Oh.
chat. Can you all hear me? Okay, there we go. Okay,
you
so
guys are
Discord's
crazy
also
good
bringing up my camera or my microphone as well. Okay.
What are you talking about?
Listen, they said it was echoing, and that's because Discord is also picking up my microphone.
Do you guys want to hear my song or what?
Hold
Yeah.
on. I'll be right back.
But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's good
All right,
enough.
I'll distract everybody's chat. Here's the song. It goes like this. Many, many years ago when I was 23, I was married to a widow who was pretty as could be. This widow had a grown-up daughter with hair the color red. My father fell in love with her and soon the two were wed. This made my dad my son-in-law and changed my very life, for my daughter was my mother because she was my father's wife. To complicate the matter, even though it brought me joy, I soon became the father of a bouncing baby boy. My little baby then became a brother-in-law to dad, and so became my uncle, though it made me very sad. For if he was my uncle, then that also made him brother of the widow's grown-up daughter, who was, of course, my stepmother.
That was amazing.
And the chorus goes like this. I'm my own grandpa. I'm my own grandpa. Yes, it's funny, I know, but it really is so. I'm my own grandpa. And there's like 5 more verses, but we don't need to get into it.
Please tell me that eventually you go out and play you become your own family member in every role.
No, it's really just about being your own grandpa and the crazy way that is done that is neither incestual or particularly... Genuinely, the only weird part is that your dad is marrying someone who is the daughter of your stepwife. Or the daughter of your... Yeah, the stepdaughter of your... I don't know. It's a little weird. It's an old song, okay?
Is it a little weird?
The only weird part is
your own grandpa?
the only weird part is that I married a widow and then my dad married her daughter. That's a little weird. But the rest of it's totally legit.
The rest is fine though, everyone.
Yeah, but I did want to sing you something else that's much shorter that somebody wrote in my chat that's kind of amazing.
Okay, let's
So
hear it.
they told me to sing this to the tune of I Will Survive, okay?
Okay.
All right, did we fix it?
Good enough.
I think it's fixed.
We're gonna hear a song real quick.
Mudcat, one of my chatters just sent me this when he heard we were playing Helldivers, and this is how it goes.
Okay.
So you're back from outer space. I just dropped in to defend freedom and the entire human race. I've got a trigger-happy Glock. There's no way you're killing me. I'm here to fight for Super Earth and defend democracy. Isn't that pretty good?
Dun, 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 dun.
That's not bad.
That was a skilled chatter.
I like that.
6 out of 10. Not bad. Not bad.
6 out of 10. 6
Harsh.
out of 10.
Harsh.
By the
But
way,
fair.
Mudcat, I want you to know that when you left, you muted my mic.
What are you talking about?
No, it's fine. I fixed it. Don't come back over. You'll mess it up again.
Are you still echoing?
No, I'm not echoing. We're good.
I swear to God.
Don't
Which
touch
Which one?
Any
All
of
of
them.
them.
All of them.
That's a bold casting a wide net.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
just
Like
in case.
like that one guy in The Mummy. Do you remember that? Where the guy in The Mummy had all the different necklaces for all the different
Benny,
gods.
We just watched The Mummy.
One of the greatest
last
movies
one?
of our lifetime.
It is.
Mummy
It is.
is.
It is blame Mudcat for everything. Day Scrib. It is.
I blame you
That's
for
not
nothing,
true.
To be
Mudcat.
fair, it is probably true that it's my fault. So
All I blame you for is friendship.
well, I've never been accused of that before.
I've invaded your ship.
Welcome to the Wings of Midnight. Would you like some wings?
You're the Wings of Midnight? That's a good name. I'm the Song of Serenity.
Ooh, who's Serenity?
What am I?
It's an ideal.
It's an ideal. It's an ideal.
Yeah. Wait, did you friend me yet? Are we friends yet?
I did friend you. I
Wrong,
believe.
Crimson. Wait, what is the D2 achievement?
Can my chat hear things? You're not echoing over here, right? I didn't fuck this side up, did I?
Everyone. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, perfect. I did my side here. My side's good.
Enter stratagem?
Oh man,
did
this is
this
gonna
last
go.
time and I
Dude,
can't
these games are fun when the chaos turns up. And I can feel it happening already. Oh, I see you, Mudcat. Okay, let's see. Join game.
Allied destroyer
I wish I could
coordinates
jump.
received.
I don't like that I can't jump.
Initiate.
You can dive.
If you get a jump pack, you can jump.
Allied destroyer
It's like a
has
jetpack.
joined squadron.
Okay. Can I not play your stratagem game?
You can only play on your ship.
That's stupid.
I might be able to start it for you though if I start it up. Can you see it now?
No. I'm not going to play for you and let you have my high score. That sounds good.
Okay, fine. All right. Kind of rude, but all right, whatever.
Listen, my hard work will not be claimed by another.
That's fine. Whatever. I don't even know what to say to you right now. So I'm just
Why
gonna say
would you
nothing.
let me share your video games? This is a terrible
listen.
host. Cinder, I don't think we should come to his ship. It's awful.
No,
Listen,
what don't
you
you like
came
about
to
this?
my
It's a good
ship.
ship. What's wrong with
No
it?
one invited
Is
you.
it? It's very boring. There's nothing nice here.
It's the
He didn't
exact
even
same.
put out.
It's the
There's
same
not
as
even
your
a-
ship.
That's because mine's a starter ship.
It's standard
you
issue.
You don't even have a rug. This is
Wait,
a
are you-
cold
of cour-
welcome. No
Yeah, I don't have a rug.
beverages. Not even a single snack.
Why would I need a rug?
Well, to make it feel welcoming. Obviously.
In what world would a spaceship need a rug?
In a world where
in a
you
cozy
have diplomats.
Yeah, in a cozy spaceship.
Yeah, obviously.
Well, why wouldn't I just have like a couch or a bed or something instead?
Okay, first
Why
of
a
all,
rug?
No.
That is a good. I mean, it's not a bad point.
I mean,
Are
if I'm
you
gonna
gonna
have a
invite
piece of
all-
something that's cozy, why a rug?
Are you inviting us all to sit in your bed with you? You can't just have a bed. You
Listen,
need to-
I don't need to hear this anti-democratic, bug-sympathizing bullshit.
Listen, I just want. Listen. Oh, that makes sense.
I'm
It's
listening.
a rug to snug as a bug. Ah, dang it.
Yeah, I'm a little ahead of you there.
Can we get a fireplace though? That's a good question.
I will acquiesce to a fireplace. Yes.
Okay. I am ready for battle.
I'm almost ready for battle. I'm trying to make
Oh.
sure my text-to-speech is working. I
Cinder's-
don't know why it's not.
Yeah.
Level 11. Dope.
Yeah, I'm not
Am I
great at the
dead?
game, but I'm okay.
It won't be just me carrying Caustic's
Good.
ass. That's great.
Oh, my ass needs a lot of help being carried, so
It's very big. I know.
it's a thing. So
Oh,
You
it
guys
works?
only
I
see
make
her
it
from the
everyone's
waist
problem.
up. She's like a
It's a
like-
big problem.
like Willy Wonka down there.
What does that even mean?
Like the girl that turned into the blueberry. It was not a great reference,
was
but it was
not.
a reference.
That's Veronica, which is not the same as Willy Wonka.
Yeah. That's,
Willy
that was my brain
Wonka
could
was
get.
a stick.
But he had a top hat.
The land of imagination. What? Okay,
Was he a stick, or did he just eat something in his shop that made him super skinny?
that's true.
Maybe he wasn't naturally a stick.
Let us lay down the firm hand of freedom.
Ah, yes. Oh, I'm so ready. For democracy!
For democracy!
Pixar Mom would be a better reference. You're right. I dropped the ball on that. Listen, I'm not gonna win them all.
All right, are we gonna? Nice helmet, Caustic.
Right? I look special.
Dude, you look cool.
Right? I'm ready to attack people.
What we want to fight bugs or you want to fight robots?
I love bugs.
Yeah, me too.
Robots scare me too much.
I'm partial to robots, but we can do whatever.
I
we
like
want.
both. Listen, I just got the fucking drone rover with the laser gun and the autocannon, so I can go in. I'm happy to do whatever.
What level do we want to do? What do we play on? Just
Oh, I'm ready for
challenging,
anything.
hard,
Yeah.
I would say
extreme,
no.
suicide?
I would say medium or
sound-
challenging. Medium or
All right,
challenging.
we'll do challenging.
All of those sound equally hard. I'm sorry. Those were not levels. Those are
well,
just.
there was more choices. You just didn't let me get to them.
It was just a thesaurus of words.
We got challenging,
hard, extreme,
Same
suicide
thing.
mission, impossible, hill diver.
How is suicide and impossible not the same thing?
It's possible you'll just die.
The thing is, there are some monsters that you can only kill with like crazy powerful guns, and they come in the higher levels.
Ugh.
I tried a challenge. I was doing challenger with 3 people that were like quite good, and I was like, this is fucking awesome. And then I did a challenger with 1 person that was my level, and we just got killed by 1,000,000 invisible giant bugs. So then we started doing medium.
Medium sounds ideal. Do impossible.
There's still some giant bugs in medium, but I do like, I would say medium or challenging would probably be fun.
I feel like it would
We'll
be a
do
charity
challenging.
stream if people could choose our challenge ratings for us. You can't just tell me to do impossible.
Looking for what are our options here. Defend freedom. That sounds like a good mission.
Yeah.
Listen, hurry up and choose though. Every second you wait, freedom dies.
All right, we're gonna do an emergency evacuation to start.
Perfect.
FTL jump
I love emergencies.
Errata
This is
system.
how I deal with things. Let's go. Put us in the poop chute. Take us where we gotta go. Let's go find them sexy bugs.
Oh, the music is, I like the music so much.
Yeah, music's good.
FTL jump successful.
All right.
Hell pods prime.
Take me down.
Mission coordinates
I think I gotta
locked.
make you guys a little louder.
I always feel like I'm in a
Louder.
mail delivery system, like one of those chutes. That's what happens.
Like a poop
All right,
chute?
Yeah, I'm in a poop chute.
Let's go over
All right,
here.
do it. I will put this on and this on because those are the only ones I have, and I'm
Okay.
ready.
I'm taking the auto cannon. I've never used it before.
Oh, good luck.
I'm gonna take the explodey.
I don't know if
Explodey.
that's the name, but I know what it does.
Yes.
And then
Yes.
the machine gun.
Yes. Machine gun's always a good choice because it's a good panic weapon.
Well, yeah. The machine gun's a Gatling gun, so you throw it on the ground and it shoots stuff for you.
I feel like I should warn you, Cinder, that when I am caught unawares, I am known to scream.
Okay.
So, I know you just adjusted your volume.
Once more.
You may regret that.
I need to adjust it again because the music got so loud. I can't hear either of you right now.
Yeah, the music in this game is fucking insane.
How come you can't adjust the sound in the game?
You can.
You can.
Oh, you can't? What?
Just not right
Yeah,
now.
It's in settings like in every other game.
It's just in settings. Okay, listen here.
For freedom.
Huntsman and Buckles, thank you for the follow.
Right.
For democracy!
Call in our.
Oh, right. The thing.
Make sure you get your things.
What do I need?
And then nobody go anywhere yet.
Machine gun?
Yeah, get your machine gun.
Goes right there. Right there. That's what I'm talking about. Freedom sound. Let's find these sexy bugs. We're gonna seduce them. Make them join our side. It's gonna be a sexy time. What?
Have you-
Oh,
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
bugs. Sexy.
I see. Okay. Come circle up here, hill divers. I got some things I need to say.
No. I don't trust this.
There's quite a lot of bugs
I'm gonna-
right here.
No, I'll
They
listen,
see us.
but I'll listen from behind
no,
the rock.
I need you here. Don't worry, I'm not gonna
No.
kill you. Oh, there's bugs. The speech will have to wait.
No.
Bug breach.
Terrible. It's terrible.
We'll wait
Run
till
away!
after
I threw an orbital.
Oh, get out!
Run. Okay, what a hell of a way to start this. Oh, hell divers. Oh. Got one. No, I did not. I did not. Oh, she's still moving. Oh, do you think they're tasty?
Probably.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're tasty.
Why else would we be invading their planets?
Nom, 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 nom.
Oh, I reload so slowly.
Unnecessary. Oh, we did it. We survived.
Oh,
I feel great
dude, we're
now
gonna
after
survive
that.
so much. We're gonna survive so much. Okay, wait. I
All
am
right.
gonna try to lower my volume
Was-
a little bit in
listen,
this moment we have now.
That was a very premature orbital.
I think maybe the music's just too loud. I think I'll.
All right,
fine.
now if
I
you
need
would circle up, I have a few words.
How do options? I'm gonna work on my audio real quick. Audio, and I'm gonna do master volume. I'm gonna turn this sucker down. I don't think these game sounds being so painfully loud in my ear. Okay, there we go. There we go. Ooh, biscuits. Wait.
All right.
Oh man. Okay.
You are taking forever.
All right, I'm done.
There's more bugs. Speech will have to wait again.
Oh. I'm sure you said very important things.
No. You're still gonna hear it. Eagle inbound.
Oh my god, you threw that? That's so much bigger!
For freedom!
Shot its jaw off. Whoa, that thing flew in from the sky. All right, what's your speech? Real quick.
Circle up before the bugs come back.
Come on,
I'm coming.
Go.
Oh, my computer's. I'm moving and I'm not pushing buttons.
All right. Good morning. In less than an hour, Hell divers from here will join others from around the system, and you will be launching the largest orbital strike in the history of mankind. Mankind, that word should have new meaning for all of us today. We can't be consumed by our petty differences anymore. We will be united in our common interest. Perhaps it's fate that today is Super Earth Day, and you will once again be fighting for our freedom. Not from tyranny, oppression, or persecution, but from annihilation. We're fighting for our right to live, to exist. And should we win the day, Super Earth Day will no longer be known as a human holiday, but as a day when the galaxy declared in one voice, freedom will not go quietly into the night. Managed democracy will not vanish without a fight. It's going to live on. It's going to survive. Today, we celebrate Super Earth Day!
Wait, did I kill somebody? Who just died?
Who killed Mudcat?
Did I kill Mudcat?
Who killed Mudcat? How did that have happened?
I was trying to shoot up into the sky.
How did that happen?
It was good timing. Good timing. I can't be mad about it.
I don't know what happened.
I'm lagging really hard right now, and I don't know why. So I think I thought I was aiming up.
Why did you do that?
Can you reinforce me?
I just did.
I hope you clipped that.
I didn't. No, I didn't clip it. I don't have powers like that. Anyway, sorry about that. I apologize.
No, you're good. You're good. I believe.
All right.
Okay, bugs are back.
Wow.
You're all inspired now. We're gonna win.
Please don't kill me, Cinder. You should always be in front now.
Are you guys running away?
No, we're running towards the bugs.
We're literally right here.
Eagle out.
Oh, what? Oh, I'm sorry. I might have shot you.
Bring me back.
I got you.
I can't. There's a big chunky.
Oh fuck! I'm reloading. I'll let it spit on you.
You almost let Cinder kill me.
I didn't let him do anything. What are you talking about?
You almost like landed on
Get
me.
out.
I shot
Move.
his butt.
Don't get hit by the freedom.
Where's my gun?
I'm about to die.
Guess he's not dead though.
Oh damn it!
Oh, get back here! Get back here!
With teammates like that, who needs enemies exactly?
I want my fucking gun back.
Friendly fire has to be enabled here. You're going to super
Reload.
jail.
Why aren't you reloading?
It's the slowest reload. Oh, do you need to be reinforced?
I do.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna have to communicate.
All right, I'm getting my
Right
gun
there.
back.
Smash that bug onto smithereens. Turn it into
Deploying reinforcements.
Woo! I don't know what you all are talking about. Sippy time. All right, you owe me. I brought you back.
I don't owe you shit.
Where are we supposed to go?
All right, let's actually look at the map for once here, huh?
Oh, you're gonna have to hurry because the bugs are approaching.
We need to go here to get this research.
Oh, big bug!
That is big bug. That's a rock bug. Which way are we going? We better go. I don't want to fight
I
this
put a
thing.
marker down. Look at the map.
Marker.
Watch out, Eagle here.
Why? Why?
I didn't do it.
Ah! Looking for this dumb marker.
Oh shit.
This is hard. This
Killed
is hard.
by CinderBlocksally.
Rocket.
It was for democracy. For democracy.
All right,
Fuck.
as long as it's for democracy, that's fine.
Return to the combat zone. You're gonna put me up here. Oh no, I don't want to be here. I am in. I can't go that way. The big bug's that way. Oh, it's mad. Do I need to reinforce?
Yep.
Oh, balls. All right, well I died, but you're gonna smash one of the bugs when you come down. I did a cool thing. And squish. That was me.
No, that was
me. me.
That was me. You were controlling that pod.
I controlled the summoning.
You don't control shit.
Yeah, well, that's true.
All right. We gotta start moving, or we're not gonna get this shit done.
I would like to request reinforcements.
Hold on.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Let's do reinforcements. It was like a Mickey Mouse song that came with this.
Is that what you think Mickey Mouse sounds like?
In this game, yes.
Eagle out.
Democracy has landed. Cinder, you still with us?
I'm coming. I'm coming up behind you.
Uh-oh.
Grenade out. Watch out. All right, we are burning through reinforcements.
Oh my god.
It's fine. Oof. This is what level of difficulty? Medium? Oh,
yeah.
I'm lagging so bad. All right, I think I need to just lower the graphics to like dog for a second.
yeah.
Maybe that'll help.
I will say I don't like how hard it is to aim while moving. Like you really have to not move at all.
Oh, come on. Killed by a spitter.
Oh, no, that thing is huge! No! Don't touch me. No! What the? Oh! No, don't touch yours. No. Run. Oh, this. Ah! No!
You reinforcements at some point, or?
9! Listen, there's no chance. I just ran off the map instead.
Okay.
Maybe we start on medium or.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like to be fair, Cossack just started, and we been running like super low missions with her, so she hasn't even begun to play the game.
I've been diving my ass off here. I have no idea where my machine gun now is.
We got to let's see.
We got to head northwest.
Let me get a new machine gun.
Well, that's main objective. It depends on if we want to clear everything else first. Like I want to clear this this research.
Yeah. What's the best way to kill Big Rock Boy?
The one that spits?
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, not the one that spits. The one that looks like a giant rock that runs.
Oh, I don't know. Probably with the stratagem, like a eagle or something.
Shoot it in its freedom hole. Stratagem. What? I'm following you, assuming this is the way we're supposed to go.
Yeah, it is. But there's also bugs here. Don't shoot me. What are you doing?
I wasn't trying to. There was a bug on the other side. Okay, the thorax. That's nice. You think I know bug parts. The thorax. Listen, you gotta stop standing right in front of bugs. Oh, there's big butt. Here's the big booty. No. Please die. I think I'm just shooting a dead body now at this point.
Yep. Oh. Behind us.
Oh, you're right. I'm gonna hide in the dirt.
I did put out a sentry. If you run forward, I have a sentry.
Okay.
Should protect you.
All right, reinforcements up, down.
It also
left,
might shoot
right,
you if you're
up.
in the way.
Great. Love that for me. Here, we'll just throw you over there. I don't know where else to throw you. That seems like a good enough spot. All right.
I found some samples.
You got samples?
All right, we need to destroy this research place.
Okay. How do we do that?
Let me.
Oh, I jumped over that thing like a pro.
We already do the thing. Oh, okay,
We gotta. This thing?
I don't know. We gotta do.
Ooh, a rare sample.
Destroy all facility buildings.
Did we just?
I'm gonna drop a hell bomb.
Oh,
yeah,
so get out of here.
Yeah,
not yet. Go kill bugs and
there's
I'll tell you when to run.
there's another big buggy coming.
Okay, I'm headed towards you then. Oh, I see.
There's two chargers.
Protect me.
Oh, fucking. God damn it.
I'm gonna get you.
I was so ready and then I exploded.
Nope, I got killed.
I was so ready and then I exploded.
I may put you as an in-between as a shield, Cinderblock. They're coming towards you. When you land, you're gonna come into hot fire.
All right, perfect.
Or someone did. No, no, no. Oh, I saw you. Oh, you little sneaky butts. Oh, no, no, no. Quick, just. Oh.
Oh, we're so
Okay.
fucked.
I am aware of my surroundings. You will not touch me.
Fucking. Oh my god, the lag is making it so I can't type in my stratagems quickly.
Oh, I'm gonna get this butt. Get that 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 butt. Okay, we're not gonna get that butt. Ah! Stab yourself with a stem. Get healed. Oh, don't you dare touch me. You gross.
Oh, you dead.
Oh. Oh. That cloaca. Dang, she's got a lot to put out. Okay. But for the armor, the armor could fall off and then use your primary weapon to finish the job. That's the technique.
We have no reinforcements, do we?
No hell divers on standby.
Hold on. I got to make it 1 minute and 50 seconds now.
You can do it. You can do it. Okay, we can do this. Super Earth.
My chat is just
Colonies
yelling,
are
"Get to high
watching.
ground!"
Go, go.
In the words of a famous teacher, get to the high ground.
Run! You are freedom. You are democracy. You are all that we stand for. If you fall, the whole line falls.
I am running the wrong way.
1:24. It doesn't matter. You are running to life. That is the
Yeah,
right
the problem
way.
is I got to run back. I got to go back the other way to do anything.
You must survive, hell diver.
Ah,
Just
shit.
Here, turn around. Oh, you're dead. We are
Democracy.
No, we're dead. We're dead.
All right, all
Look
right,
at
all right,
those
all right, all right.
Okay.
Sexy thoraxes.
We'll do it on the medium, I think.
We'll do it on the medium. We'll go to the medium level.
Can I get some noirgasms in chat?
No. Dang, y'all. They may take our lives, but they will never take our freedom!
I wish we were in the game so I could shoot you in the face.
Can't shoot me. I shot some bugs, so I feel like I did my job.
Oh yeah, you did your part. That's for sure.
It was excellent. Excellent. Let's see these stats.
Yeah, no, these are gonna be bad.
Oh, yep, not great. Dang, Cinderblock, look at your accuracy
All
at 80%.
Caustic.
What?
Come over here to the ship management. What stratagems do you have unlocked?
I don't know.
Well, that's why you're gonna come over here and look.
Leah, thanks for the follow. Okay, I go
Let's
to the
make
ship
these graphics fucking
Go to stratagems.
shitty.
Yeah, make it. I have only the machine gun unlocked. Oh no, I
Scroll-
have the anti-material rifle.
Scroll down. Do you have in the hangar? Do you have any eagles unlocked? Eagle strafing run, cluster bomb.
I have a Gatlin barrage. I have an Eagle strafing run.
Okay. What else you got?
Oh, I was reading. Okay, Eagle airstrike, Eagle cluster bomb. I'm gonna
You got those
sneeze.
unlocked?
Is that the yellow thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be green if it's unlocked.
Oh, then no, it's yellow
It'll have
for
a
me.
green check mark. That means you can buy it though.
Oh, I can buy it.
So how many credits do you have? The yellow R at the top.
5,518.
You should
Ooh,
buy
that's good credits.
buy an
That's good
Eagle
credits.
cluster bomb if you can.
I would. How much does it cost? It doesn't tell me.
It does
Oh,
at the
price is
bottom.
4,000. Oh, that's
Yeah.
a lot, but okay. Cool. All right.
Everything ends up being around that much.
Everything's about 4,000. I did good.
Okay.
All right, I've got the cluster bomb now. Now I've
Cool.
got options.
And then if you go into your I think it's clicking on your right stick, you can go into the battle pass and unlock
Greetings,
some other
Helldiver.
guns too.
The galactic war awaits.
On the battle pass.
That's under game.
I think it's clicking in on right stick for you.
I think you're wrong.
Is it not? It should be at the top middle of your screen right now.
You mean just X?
Maybe.
X.
Does it say
X
X?
what it is, yeah.
Oh.
I'm gonna try to kill less of my teammates next time.
I'm gonna try to kill more of mine.
Be careful with that
Try
eagle
to kill
strike.
more.
Then.
I wish that there was a volume feature. I do think that I could scare away plenty by just screaming.
Oh yeah.
Do I want?
I know I need a PC upgrade, Master Chieftain. You fuck.
What?
I don't think he knows. You guys should tell him again.
Yeah. What do I?
One more time, please.
Yes.
You can get the let's see, the diligence on the first. Oh, that's the second page. Never mind. There's a shotgun on the first page. The Punisher.
Okay, we'll get the Punisher.
You could try that if you want.
Wonder if
Yeah.
In the premium pass, the Steeled Veterans one, there's also a hand cannon that's called the Senator. It shoots one bullet at a time, but it's really strong.
Oh, okay. Let's get the Senator.
But
P4 Senator.
That's in the yeah, it's in the premium. I haven't tried I don't have the Liberator explosive one yet, so I can't tell you how that is.
Don't like what you see? Talk to your Senator.
The one you do want to get to is on the regular pass on page 4 eventually. There's one called the Breaker, and that's if you see that laying around, you should pick it up because it's very, very good.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm using.
3, 4. I only have 3 pages for my Steeled Veterans.
That's on the regular pass. Not
on the
Steel
regular
Veteran one.
Oh,
Steel
okay.
Veteran is the money pass.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 4.
So if you look at the 4th page, and sometimes those are just laying around too. So if you find one,
Got it.
pick it up because it's like a semi-auto shotgun, but it's super powerful.
I love picking stuff off the ground. That's
Almost broken.
how I collect all my stuff. Let us go and return to saving democracy.
All right, let's try to
The
save
enemy has launched
democracy
a surprise
at a lower
attack
level.
on one of our planets.
What in the item
It
shop?
needs
We
our
did.
aid.
We did what we had to do.
All right.
You have the
Try it
strategic
again.
eye.
Let's see what do we got here. We got upload escape data pod, or we can eradicate the swarm. We're gonna just do escape pod.
Escape pod. All right. If democracy had a song, which one would it be, and why Miley Cyrus's songs?
Engaging orbital thrusters.
That's not a question.
Yes.
Can you formulate it as a question instead of a random jumbling of words?
I made a statement. We're gonna stick with it. Interpret it as need be.
Okay.
Okay.
What level? What are we doing?
Medium. And it's bug.
Cool.
We're going to get some data or something.
Pod launch
Let's get some data.
Powers. Data.
Data.
I love data. And metals and bug guts. It's like a spa. You take their guts afterwards and you rub it on your flesh, and as it begins to eat away, you get a fresh new skin. It's a very highly sought after med spa. I stand by this. Oh, maneuver. I didn't even know I could maneuver my hell pod.
Oh yeah.
Oh dang. I got way more power than I thought.
Remember this. Every day is a good day to
Alright,
die for
let's look what we got going on. We got. Let's start in the south. We got looks like 4 4 bug holes closed.
The bung holes. Let's do it. We gotta plug those suckers up.
Let's go put a thumb on those bug holes.
All right, Kelly.
To make Sweet Liberty proud? Not yet. I don't. Wait.
No,
Okay.
this is
hold on.
water. Water's
Yep.
bad.
We're gonna
Water's
drown.
bad.
Hold on. Gotta figure
Sorry.
out- I don't know how deep those
I've
are.
had
Which way do you
trauma
guys
from
want to
this
go?
before.
We're going southeast.
Yeah, southeast. But I think we gotta go this way.
Okay. The switch from bugs our friends to murder them for spa reasons. No, if we're gonna kill them, we're gonna use every part of them for value.
Yeah, it's waste no part of the bugs.
We're not getting another Independence Day speech, friends.
I mean, you can have one if you want.
Can you do it with a southern accent this time?
Can you do the Sandlot speech?
Ooh, yeah.
No, I don't think I remember the Sandlot speech.
It's mostly about baseball.
I can do the gladiator speech.
Can
Hey,
you do it?
Does
Can
anybody
you
want
do
to
it in
show
the
chat
voice?
why water is bad?
What?
Feeling
Yeah.
A2 dude wants to know.
What?
Why water's
Why
bad?
water is bad.
Because it's
Oh,
lame. Soda's cooler. So's chocolate milk. Idiot.
Because you can't swim in the game.
Why does playing video games make me want to talk like a dick?
Because chocolate milk's better, obviously.
Are you sure it's the video game?
I don't know, man.
Who knows? Who knows?
I am gonna
Glad
be
you
playing
are.
badly because I am on there's a serious lag, so I'm a little bit gonna be all over the place. But we'll make it work.
It's good.
We'll make it work.
All right, we're close. We'll be just over this ridge. Hold on,
You're
I'm
just
gonna
over
drop
this
a
ridge.
cluster bomb on it.
Oh my god, you would.
You can too. You have a
All in
cluster
an
bomb.
eagle. Should I do it?
Yeah, do it.
Okay, that's an eagle.
That was
don't
sick.
do it right on top of us.
Oh
What the
my
fuck
god!
are you doing?
Sorry, I didn't know. how
It's
far I was
it's got a
supposed to throw
giant
it.
range.
I didn't know.
It creates a horizontal wave of bullets.
I didn't know which way was horizontal for it. Don't run in front of my gun.
Don't shoot horizontally across the firing line.
It was to the left of us. It was trying to flank us. I had my reasons.
Charge for freedom!
No, I'm gonna stay right here.
I'll charge, but slightly behind you.
I am not moving.
Oh, I died. But I killed 2 bug holes.
I got you.
Good, good, good.
Up, down, right, left, up.
I already got him.
No. What the potatoes?
I-
I called it.
I gotta go get my gun.
I'm gonna throw a sentry out there.
I called it.
Sorry, listen. Freedom never sleeps. And neither do I.
I've not been sleeping. I've been very, very awake. Oh,
Oh, fuck. Not a
I'm
good
gonna have
time
to
to reload.
remember how to open my grenade. Oh no, you're a dumb weapon.
Yep, that sentry will shoot you.
Why didn't you tell me that beforehand?
I have told you that so many times.
You didn't tell me you were putting that sucker down. It was coming
Chat,
for me.
did I or did I not yell? I'm throwing a sentry out there.
Yeah,
You
but
did.
every time check. Cinder.
I didn't realize I had to like make sure. Okay, from now on, I'll say I'm throwing a sentry out. Caustic, do you understand the words that I have said?
I would appreciate that actually. Thank you. Oh, they're starting to flank me. I don't like this.
There's one more bug hole there to close up if you can get a nade in it.
I'm walking.
I think I got
around.
one.
It's
Okay.
right by Cinder. But he's being chased.
I got it.
Oh, okay.
nice.
I'm actually not bad at this game when the lag isn't bad. I think it's slowly starting. My computer's slowly starting to accept what I'm doing.
All right, next bug hole to
He
the
didn't
little
say
bit more
that.
south.
Dang it. No, he didn't. He didn't say anything. I
Yes,
don't know
I
how to
did.
open my grenades yet, so.
Here, let
Ooh,
me.
a breaker. I got one.
I'm gonna resupply us here. Real
Oh
quick.
yeah, that's mine. Use it.
Okay. I'm dropping my liberator. I'm keeping the
Yeah,
breaker.
use the breaker. You're gonna do so much better with it.
All right. All right. Listen to strength. Listening isn't a strength. You don't have to listen for freedom. You feel it in your soul.
No, that's true. That's accurate. You do
Your
feel it
balls.
in your soul,
Right
and
in
your
those
loins.
hair follicles. That's it.
You
I'm gonna have
feel freedom in the hair follicles of your balls.
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
that is absolutely what
Did I get that correct?
Yeah, you better have. I
Why are
hope
we
you
going
wrote
this
that
way?
down.
Shouldn't we go this
Okay.
way? Is there
I was
something?
going
Oh, there's
that
bug
way.
holes.
Because-
Bug
because
holes. I
bug
see them. I
holes.
see them. I see them.
Yeah, we're gonna 100% this map.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna make this work.
We'll get
for us
more.
one way
We'll
or
get more
another.
shit if we do. I'm throwing an eagle. Do you understand, Caustic?
I run. I run. I
Okay.
run. Thanks for calling me out after the fact.
You
Do
had
you
enough time to run.
understand? I did. I'm just gonna forever stay a lot further back than everyone else. Oh, this is a nice gun. What
Yeah,
have
right.
I been using?
The liberator.
Okay, well, thank you. That was not meant to be an actual question.
Behind you.
but I got this.
Bug breach is happening behind us.
Okay.
I'm not ready. I gotta reload.
There's a little bit of ammo over here if you need some.
Ah!
Hey, hang it. More bugs coming from the breach. Throwing an eagle on the breach.
This is fine. I hope you don't accidentally kill me.
No, you're good.
Oh. Oh, gotcha. And I got a sample. Fire in the hole. Fire.
Oh shit! I was stupid.
No, you weren't. You got this. Don't you regret your decisions today. Democracy
Alright.
has no regrets.
That's true. That's also true.
We move forward, and I have yet to figure out how to open up my grenades. It's fine.
It's
fine.
G.
Oh, there's a sample around here. Did I miss it? There's a sample
I-
around here. Chat called me up. Near the
There's
first bug hole, which oh, got it.
There's
two
ammo
samples.
here if anyone needs it.
Ooh.
Yeah. There we go. Good eyes, chat.
If one person picks up the sample, they get it for everyone, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. Good.
If
Yeah, we
you
share.
if you open your map, you can see how many samples are on the map.
Excellent. So now we know that Mudcat is the purse of the group.
Okay.
The mirth.
We got to go further to the west. And there's
Ooh,
bugs here
careful
on the way.
left. We're going to avoid them, right?
Yeah, we can avoid them if you want.
Yeah.
Just stay at a line of sight.
In theory, when you're crouching and stuff, they're harder to find, but sometimes they just spot you.
Oh, because they've got extra senses. Because
Yeah,
bugs
if
are
usually
evolved.
if you stay at a line of sight, you can avoid them. You have to do it at higher levels.
A very evolved species. I don't know words.
Yeah, no, that's true. I can tell.
I see some holes up here.
Oh yeah, I see some holes.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
time
I
to
see
plug some holes for democracy.
Look at those holes.
Democracy!
I
I'm
love
gonna
those
figure
holes.
out how to get my grenade. Oh, I found one. I think I found a grenade. Oh, I'm ready to throw something.
Dropping an eagle.
Okay, I'm not gonna throw it down that one. You already got that.
Administering freedom. One helping of freedom, please.
Oh.
Freedom is served.
Wow, that was quick. I didn't even have to do anything. What a... That's cool. I got a common sample. Ooh, another sample. Got another one.
What did you join in the middle of the whole talk, Drake?
Give me your
It's a holy talk.
It's a holy talk.
All right, we gotta keep going to the west a bit.
All right, let's go find some more holes. I was made to fill these.
What if you fall through the map? Then I think you go into the green hallways.
Was that an airstrike or a cluster bomb? I think most of these are airstrikes.
That was a cluster bomb I threw. This was a
turns out I don't
strafing
know.
run.
This is a strafing run.
It usually said if you look. Oh shit! I dropped my samples up.
Yeah, you did. All right, I got you. Up, down, right, left, up. Boom.
Reinforcement, bitches.
I kind of threw it right where your dead body stuff was, so you should be able to pick up most of that.
Thanks for the follow.
Pew, 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 pew. Oh, I need to reload. I'm making the sounds and I wasn't shooting any bullets.
That's embarrassing.
Oh,
I am throwing a sentry out in the middle.
Oh, run.
Be
Okay.
aware of
Got
that.
it.
Not
All right,
right
all right.
here, but if you go out in the middle, you'll want to look with your eyes.
All right. Oh, I don't want to carry samples because I died.
Well, you can drop samples if you bring up your wheel.
Nope.
Okay, you don't want to give them to me then?
No. I'm a responsible sampler. I was just gonna throw it in there. That doesn't mean I'm not going to. I feel like I'm slowly dying somehow. One of these blow up. I don't think one of my things.
You gotta throw the grenade. The grenade's gotta go inside the holes to blow them up.
Okay. Okay, I think that one counts. Yes, I did it! Oh, I'm throwing extra grenades now for fun, apparently.
Anyone got a grenade for this one?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's two more actually. Need a grenade over here too.
For freedom!
For freedom! The higher the pitch, the more you mean it. Look with your special eyes. Listen, we know more damage happens when you go pew 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 for democracy. That's how this works. I feel like I'm running in your line of
Got an
fire.
eagle or something to drop?
Oh, yeah, do we need it?
It's a bug breach.
I'm gonna drop one.
Okay.
Get back.
I don't
This one's a
see them.
strafing run.
You can hear them.
Oh, I was not listening. I just thought that was the sound of the chitter chatter of this peaceful planet. It's so beautiful. Pew, pew, pew. Gotcha. Dang, am I dangerous. This breaker gun,
Something's behind me.
you are not kidding. She is
Yeah.
a beaut and a half.
Very, very good.
All right, where are we supposed to go now?
We gotta kill these bugs first.
All right, Bob.
You know my name.
Todd. Kevin. Larry.
We've
Did
been
I get
married
one of
for
them right?
13 years. What the fuck?
I have no idea. No, I don't want the diligence.
Dropping a pin.
There we go. Anyone can carry samples, but it's not
I'm gonna resupply us real quick.
Oh, yeah. Give us those good, tasty samples. Makes me think
Yeah.
of when we go to Sam's Club on Saturday mornings. It's the same thing.
Same thing.
Good, tasty samples.
Bugs. Oh shit.
I'm reading. I can't reload. I'm shooting, and no ammo is coming out. Oh.
Someone gonna pick up those samples for me.
Yep.
Race you.
Fine. It's yours. I didn't want it anyway. It's responsibility, and I can't handle that.
Your pet names are, hey, stop that, spit that out, get down from there.
Get down from there. Yes.
I'm interested to know what you're doing. That's okay. We gotta go north.
Can you eat these things?
You can eat anything you want. It just depends on how you want your tummy to feel.
Oh, that's a fair.
That's factual.
Yeah, that's.
If it fits in your mouth, you can eat it.
Wisdom. You recommend to unlock the orbital laser and then the orbital rail cannon.
Yeah, but those aren't until you're like level 20. Whoever is giving you that advice is not taking into account that that's not going to happen for like 15 hours of gameplay.
I'm gonna guess it's TikTok.
Listen, they just see a baby helldiver and they're like, we got to make sure we raise him right.
But that's not raising you right. That's like saying just get to really high level and then buy the best weapon. It's like, yeah, duh.
It was TikTok, wasn't it? TikTok's
helps.
telling you this.
I'm not gonna rat anyone out.
I know it's TikTok.
I'm not gonna rat
They're
anyone
a bunch
out.
of backseat gamers.
That's not true. That's not true.
Only you can only have fun the way that I have fun.
Who threw the bomb? Oh my gosh.
Throw it at a sentry.
I think S4 is trying to kill me.
Do we need... He better not be. Oh, a bug breach in front of us. Bug breach in front of us.
Sentry out.
It's like telling the intern to start making 250K. I could try. Can't see anything. Maybe if I just run out into the sentry.
Don't run in front of my sentry.
No, I will not run in front of the
I'm
sentry.
telling you right now.
I'm going to run in front of your sentry. I'm running in front of it.
Do
All
it.
right, well, you can
do
it
it,
now.
Cinder. I believe in you.
There is something cool up here. There is a explosive anti-tank gun if anybody wants it up here. I think it has one shot.
Nope, don't
I'll
trust
pass
me
on
with
that
that.
one.
It's level 20.
All right, keep going north.
IT dude's cursing in my chat.
Listen, tell those IT dudes that all IT actually stands for is Ignatius Thoranius. And if they act like it sounds like it counts for anything else, they don't know what they're talking about. And they're all just a bunch of Ignatius Thoraniuses.
No, I'm just kidding. He wasn't actually cursing. I think IT dude, you tried to put a link, and so it has the 3 asterisks. I don't know what words you're saying, Sally, though. What does the IT stand for?
Ignatius Thoraxius.
Thoraxius?
Yeah.
What does Thoraxius mean?
It's a word I made up.
Okay. You're a good IT dude. Oh, what in the heavens name is that? Oh.
Oh, there you go.
Right. This is fine. You're good. It also just looks like you put a banned word in there.
Watch out, somebody put a turret. Oh wait, this is a placement. Never mind. Yeah, there we go.
Go wild. Go ape shit. Show 'em what you're all about. All right, okay.
Close the breaches.
Wait and see what moves. Oh, hi there. Nope. Go to sleep.
Throwing grenade.
There we go. For democracy. Total breach. Oh,
yeah, it was
you.
our 4th that threw this down. I feel bad for taking it, but they weren't taking it.
I'm out of grenades, so somebody else with the grenades needs to get rid of these last holes.
All right, I can get theirs too.
I can also get them with my big gun. I just got to reload it. It takes like a minute to reload.
Oh, yeah.
Back out. Get away. Get away. Get away.
Get away. Get away. Get away.
No, I'm in the
get
middle
away
of a
now.
reload. I'm gonna hopefully not die.
Bam!
Dang it! I died.
I got you.
If you could bring me back near where I was, that would be great.
I
Gotcha.
did not.
All right.
I'm being chased by a
I
bug.
did, but I also didn't get the hole.
Don't touch me! You're dead! I'm kind of dead. That hurts. Oh, there's a lot of little bugs. Reload. No.
What are you doing all the way over there?
I was running for my life.
Right, where's my stuff?
Keep
It's
doing
right
it,
here
because there's
somewhere.
more bugs. Gotta throw another cluster bomb out. Watch out.
Hoorah! IT stands for really hung. Wait, what?
Jesus fucking Christ.
I didn't get you, did I? That was close.
No, we're good. Everyone's alive.
Good. Hey, you got a grenade, Cinder?
Yeah.
We got one more hole down here in the.
I have armor that lets me start with 2 extra grenades.
Excellent.
What they want.
How about a nice cup of
Listen,
liver
you all are
tea?
being really good teammates. Well done. Area secured.
Oh wait, a common
There's more-
sample. Yes.
Yeah,
Careful.
get the samples. Let's go.
There's incoming bugs if we don't roll out.
All right, we got to go to the west.
Come on,
Towards those
Autobots.
bugs.
Oh,
Autobots assemble.
Eagle out.
Mm-hmm.
Draw them this way. Draw them this way.
Here's dinner. See, they all came. It was like ringing the dinner bell.
They always do.
Oh,
Dive.
stuttered there. Oh, you guys are up there. I'm running slightly different. Don't leave me behind.
You're cheering for the Zerg? Okay, whatever.
Zerg, 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 Zerg,
Anybody
Zerg.
has a? You got a cluster bomb, Caustic?
Oh, can I try?
Yeah, throw a cluster bomb on the middle
Okay.
there, on the big guys.
And then... Does that count? That's
Yep.
pretty good. Aha! Boom,
Fuck
baby!
yeah.
Oh damn!
Eat my eagles!
All right, get in there and
I don't
shut the
know if
holes
one of
down.
those is mine.
I'm on my way.
Oh, it's on my way.
Oh, I think they're destroyed. We got them all.
No, we
Oh,
didn't.
now we
There's
do.
a couple- but now we do.
Now we do.
There's bugs coming on from the west.
Oh, do we have to go that way or can we not go that way?
Well, we can kill
Hold on,
them.
I'll throw down a sentry here.
We've been trying to reach you about your extended democracy. Oh, I should reload. Okay, here we go. Democracy for freedom.
Oh damn, they killed my sentry really fast. All right.
Yeah, they basically kill the sentry in like 1 hit.
Oh damn.
All right, we can. We got all the side objectives done. We can go get the escape pod data.
Let's go,
That's
baby.
I love escape pod data. That's like what I do in my free time.
Is it?
Yep.
What does that?
Yep.
What does that mean?
Very
Oh,
weird.
It means everything. And if you don't know, that's kind of embarrassing. Ooh.
You know what? I don't know, but I'm not embarrassed. Not even one
Oh.
bit.
Down. Dive off the dune. You will hurt yourself if you do that, like that guy
Oh,
just
that's
did.
good to know.
Nobody
Okay.
has to go watch Dune 2 now because we just lived it.
Yeah,
This
we
is
are
Dune.
Dune.
What's a Gantz?
It's like a dance, but with a G.
Oh, that makes sense.
Is that the name of the guy that killed all his teammates?
Uh,
I gotta upload this data.
Isn't that what most
There
of us
definitely
do?
is a
Okay.
bug. Oh, bugs up, bugs.
They are following us. They know where we
Alright.
sleep at night.
Data's uploading. We gotta protect me until the data's up.
What? You're not special.
That, look at the top right. That's the objective. I didn't make it up.
Calling down a sentry.
If you let me die, then that's on you.
As soon as we finish this, I'm turning around and I'm gonna shoot you. But until then, you do live. You will live well. Eat like a king. Or I don't know, something
I'd rather
similar.
eat a king.
What? No.
There's bugs somewhere. The guns are shooting at them, but I don't see any bugs.
Yeah.
I just trust that they're happening.
We did it. We did it. This team is the prison wallet of democracy.
Now we gotta
Big
exfil. Actually, there's a
Big old pockets.
minor place of interest. Let's go check that out real quick.
Oh, I love minor places of interest.
We already checked that out.
Your
No
moms,
idea.
We did.
Let's check it
Yep.
out on the way.
Yep. Oh, I see the beacons.
Wow, now, now, now.
Gondor has lit the beacons. No, it was Rohan. Rohan
Whatever.
liked the beacons, and then Gondor calls for aid. Is that it? All right, flip it.
Are you talking about the Power Rangers movie?
Absolutely, I am.
Yup.
Are you talking about Percy Jackson?
I think it's
How did
Star
you
Wars.
know?
I loved when he fought the Balrog with Harry Potter. Yeah.
Yes.
One of my favorite things to do on my stream is to talk about the show One Piece in
Yeah.
regard to the Netflix show One Piece as the original.
It is the original.
I know, but people seem to
mean,
forget
yeah, of
that
course.
It is
people no one believes me. People think that the fan fiction cartoon version is real.
No, that's not a thing.
And the people that think
came
that
after.
love when I call it a cartoon and not an anime.
I think we already found this one, right?
It's a cartoon.
It is a cartoon. And there's a comic book and a cartoon, but the real thing is the
This is true.
TV show.
Yeah, this is the one we already got. Never mind.
Aw.
All right.
You
To
took
the
us back
extraction
to where
point.
we've been
No, it's
before.
It's on the way.
I've seen this.
On the way.
I don't go back where I've ever been before. This is embarrassing. I never step on the same ground twice. It's toxic to me.
I'm gonna really enjoy watching you walk around our house then.
That's a weird hobby. Really? You didn't... What?
If you can't step on the same ground twice, then it'll be very interesting seeing you maneuver our house.
No, I just keep getting new flooring.
No.
There are options.
Is there? There's probably samples or something.
Is my stream locked at 20? Is my stream not? Oh, my stream is really jumpy. I wonder why it's not jumpy on my computer.
Oh. Just like the output of it?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, we'll make it work. Because Helldivers a really heavy
try
game.
Try turning down your bit rate.
Them bits.
What kind of
double door lock here?
Oh yeah, let's
Found the
get that
door lock.
double door.
Yeah, let's get that.
Okay. To be honest, I didn't know what that meant, so I was just gonna ignore S4 and be like, whatever. What are my initials? I see M1, S4.
You're C2.
I'm C2.
Yeah.
I was really hoping to be C4. That's stupid.
Well, you're not the fourth player.
Well, I could have been.
Well, maybe you will be next time.
Dang it. I just want to feel special.
Bunch of ammo and stuff. If anybody wants anything.
I love.
Get the medals and stuff. Bugs behind us. Bugs.
Oh, you guys got it. Oh. Oh no! Oh, that was the deadliest part. Are you kidding me?
I might have just killed everyone.
What did you do?
I shot my gun in that room, but I forget that it's kind of explosive.
Thank you for shooting your explosive gun at us.
Alright, you guys should be coming back.
I'm here!
I'm inside a bug! I was inside a bug! I was crazy. I couldn't even see anything. Oh, I'm dead again.
No one sees anything. Eagle out. Eagle out. Eagle up, eagle out. Inside and out. Freedom! Take him out! That thing's still crawling.
We could go pick up all that nice stuff in there if we want.
Yep, we will. We're going to. There's still 2 big termites still. Let me know when anybody wants to bring me back to life.
Yeah, hold on. It's just me alive.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying you're being a bit of a hog to make sure that all this gameplay is just for you.
Just trying to live.
Not that the rest of us also wanted to play this game.
You can come save me, man. Whoever's in.
Take out its legs!
Someone's gonna come get the samples
There
I
we
just
go.
dropped.
Life hog. Dang.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Huh? Not today. Different gun, because I don't have time to reload.
I think I grabbed everything.
No, there's a couple. I got them. They're over
I
here.
died again.
Oh, I see some more. There's a bunch of... If somebody wants, there's a whole autocannon and backpack here if anyone wants to try my giant tank gun.
I mean, I'm not going to say no to anything right now. For Gans! I feel like I don't know the context for what that is.
For what?
For Gans.
Gans? I don't know. It's like a D. It's like a G word, but with the D.
It's the dude that killed his team as they were extracting when they got in the plane.
Oh, this is part of the story?
He's from the community. He's a traitor.
Oh, he's a traitor. Got it.
Anti-democratic traitor.
I don't recognize them anymore. They're not part of my community. They're not real to me. Not today, Bob. Tunnel breach.
Oh,
Get
shit.
out. Oh, you're far away. I'm trying to get to you. I'm on my way. Boom, baby.
Thank you.
You're gonna live today, Bob. I don't know why you're choosing Bob's just the easiest name for me to say right now when I'm under fire.
Eagle out.
Oh.
Watch out.
Oh, no. I took it down with me. Game stats need to include total screams and yells. 5 of them. There's at least been 5 of them. All right. I would like to request a reinforcement, please.
If the bugs are dead, we need to make sure you get all of our samples. Ooh, all right.
Sometimes I don't drink water like a normal person. Like I fill my mouth up with water and then I drink it.
We got more bugs coming if we want to head to the extraction point.
Let's go, baby.
Let's just book it out of here. We can make a defense over there.
I appreciate that Mughead just decided not to react to any of that.
About drinking water?
Yes.
What did you say? You just put it in your mouth and then swallow it?
Yep.
Oh, listen, that's old news.
No. Do you all drink water that way?
I mean, do I put water in my mouth and then swallow it? Yeah, that's how everyone drinks water.
No, like you put it in your cheeks, put your cup down, and then swallow.
No.
Cinder, how about you?
I don't drink water. I drink chocolate milk.
Oh.
That's fair. That's fair.
Right, because chocolate milk's better. Got it.
Oh, shit.
I'm back.
Requesting sentry.
I was ready for this. Oh, my. All right.
All right, I'm gonna get this anti-tank.
So what are we doing?
Now we have.
Yeah, we need to extract if you want to hit the code.
Oh, Cinder's got this. You're a leader. You're gonna save us, and if you don't, then we're gonna die here. So keep that in mind. Dun, dun.
If you got turrets or anything, feel free to throw them out.
Yeah, I tossed the turret. There's also ammo around here if anybody needs any. Bugs in the southwest.
I got a rocket.
Let's do this.
Okay up there.
Oh, well, not anymore. I'll summon them.
An anti-tank gun worked.
That's nice. Love that for us.
Eagle out.
Eagle out. Eagle out. Hells yeah. Whoa, that thing is firing. That scares me. Hello, ma'am. Mama? Hello, mama.
Whoop, I killed myself. My gun, my machine gun killed me.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
Killed by dead
you
teammate.
killed me.
Yeah, I was holding an orbital. My bad.
Oh, shit.
You forgot to mention that? Is anyone alive? Oh, I'm alive.
You're alive. You could reinforce us.
I'm gonna try.
Got a bug on it.
Yeah, you got this.
No, I don't. I gotta reload.
Make sure we pick up the samples from the dead bodies.
Listen, I'm gonna just survive right now, and you can pick up your own damn samples. All right, sample container. I think I got some samples. Oh, that's a big baby. Not anymore.
I forgot that when you are holding a stratagem and you die, it just falls at your feet.
This is fine. I'm gonna try not to kill you,
How much
Mudcat.
time we got?
20 seconds. We're good.
Oh, we got this. Woo. Here we go. Do
Eagle
we
out.
need
To the south.
Calling in reinforcements. Go back. Oh, you mother.
This is Pelican 1.
There are bombs everywhere. You can't destroy the Pelican, right?
No, but it can land on you and kill you.
Yeah.
Right, because somebody told me once to
I could try
to
to
get
kill
on
it.
the Pelican as fast as possible, so you stand underneath it and look up.
Fun fact: it almost always faces south when it lands.
I'm gonna do a cluster just for the hell of it.
No, don't
That's
drop
mine.
a cluster on us.
It's right there. It's not too close.
You almost killed the other guy.
Oh, good. That's what they get for just wandering around like a ding
You got a couple
dong.
bugs here.
Well, I'm in. That's all up to them.
I'm telling our teammate.
Oh, I wasn't gonna tell them. That's their choice. They're wandering around.
It's a little danger close at the end there.
Oops. Tell them I'm sorry.
She says she's sorry, but I don't believe her.
I'm not though. But I'm not. I don't have to sound authentic.
All right, guys.
I have heard that Glustic is a bug sympathizer.
What the fuck? How did they know? Do they know me?
Because it's Hyroa.
Oh. Oh, it is. Okay. Damn.
All right, guys,
Now I
I'm
don't
gonna
feel
mute
bad
for
for
1 second. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Chat. I think I'm gonna stop streaming this because it is unwatchable in the quality that it is, in my opinion. So we're gonna say goodnight to you, chat, and I'm gonna end stream now. But I am gonna keep doing video games with my people. So if you want to watch them, go watch them over on Caustic Phoenix or Mudcat's channel. Mods, if you want to help me with giving them a shout out, that would be amazing. Here, who do we want to raid? Let's raid Mudcat. All right, we're gonna go raid Mudcat. He's got a better computer than me. I'll see you guys later. I love you. Goodbye. Well, goodbye in a minute. Goodbye in a minute. I gotta. This is not super watchable. Oh, the link. It's Mudcat on Twitch. Here, this is the
Many
link.
sacrifices were made today. We will never.
There you go. The link, the link. All right, guys. I'm sorry that I have to end stream. This was sort of an experiment to see if I could run this game during stream. I feel like I can't, and that's fine. But that's okay. I love you, and I will be having a new computer hopefully soon. But go watch on Mudcat.